repeat this process over and over and over. But what you really want to do is you want to go as fast as you can without a capacitor, for the simple fact is you want to put a lot of this radiant
Headphones on my head, the entire universe began dancing to music.
Slowly compared with the speed of light.
kind of had I'm having a hard time, or I was having a hard time kind of getting stuck in life. I was angry at a lot of people, and I heard about LSD.
Your attention please, this is a very final call for passengers. Please proceed to gate C16 where your flight is now closing.
process over and over and over. But what you really want to do is you want to go as fast as you can without a capacitor, for the simple fact is you want to put a lot of this radiant energy to the source.
So some things I said were slightly incorrect. Let's see if that looks good. Go with another color maybe. Okay. So again, I don't know if a reed switch is activated by a north field or a south field or both. If it is, probably won't be the right thing to use for this. Instead, because why I say that is because this coil gets polarized in two polarities with each toggle of this relay. So this would say, let's say this is the default position to the right, and then you turn the switch on, you send 12 volts to the coil, and you send your positive 12 here, and it heads that way to the negative, giving you a north field here on this side of the core. And then when it toggles the other way, you send your positive to the coil here, and it heads that way and gives a north on this side of the core and a south over here. Now you want this normally open relay, read, or whatever call. You want it normally open. You want this to only be triggered with one field, north or south, not both. Reason for that is, how do I explain this? Let me gather my thoughts on this one. Okay, how do I explain this? Why do you want to only trigger this relay with one field, a north or a south, and not both? Because if you trigger it, let's say a read is controlled by either north or south, which I believe it is, and a Hall switch is controlled by only a north or only a south, but not both a north and a south, like a read. Reads can be configured all kinds of ways. So, but if the read is controlled by a north or a south, that means this read will close each time this coil gets polarized in either or polarity, this way or that way. And that's a problem because when the toggle is to the left, like you see it, when the toggle is like that, and if you have this closed by a field at that point, it will then the negative over here from C and energize this inductor inside the relay to activate it again. But the problem is you don't want to activate it when the toggles are to the left, because that will keep them to the left. What I'm saying is, when this relay coil is energized, it pulls the relay to the left, to one of two positions, not both. And when this coil has no power, the relay returns to its default position, which is right there to the right. And that's controlled by springs. So when the relay is to the left, you don't want to close this relay. You want to keep it open. And that can be done by using, instead of a reed here, you can use a Hall sensor. And a Hall sensor will only activate with either a north or a south, not both. And because we already know that this coil gets polarized in two polarities, and it makes a north here one time, and then it makes the north here at the next time. Likewise, the south is here when the north is here, and the south is here when the north is here. So this, again, this coil gets polarized in two polarities because of the way it toggles to the source within the circuit. So using a Hall sensor here, you can only trigger it on one polarity, and you want to trigger it when it's in this position only. When it's in this position, and let's say you use a Hall sensor here that picks up a north field, and in this point you're getting north here. Well, let's see if we are. Hold on. Positive flows this way and makes your north that way. So yes, you're getting a north here. Let's say you use the Hall that activates with a north and only a north. Then it will close the switch. No, then it will close the switch, right? And when it closes the switch, it sends the negative from the power supply over to here. Of course, the positive's already jumped. And by doing that, you activate the coil in here to then pull these toggles towards the coil, which would be to the left. And that's fine and dandy. You want that. But when these toggles do get to the left, you want to make sure this coil is not energized. That way, the toggles can return to the right. Otherwise, they'll be stuck to the left and they won't be able to move. As long as this has energy, it's going to keep these toggles facing it. And it will have energy if this relay closes when it senses a field coming out of the core here. Again, this coil is polarized in two directions within each cycle, giving you a north and a south on this side. A north on one cycle and a south on the other. So you have to use a Hall sensor here. Otherwise, it'll get stuck in the on position when it's already toggled to the left and you energize this coil. It will keep it on. It won't allow it to cycle anymore. It'll just stay on. But that's if you're using a reed switch that will be triggered by either a north or a south. All right, I just want to jot that in there real quick. I made some errors by putting a reed here instead of a Hall sensor. But then again, I keep saying it, I'm not sure if reed switches are activated by norths only or south only, or if they're activated by both. If you have a reed switch that only activates by a north field, it will work for this circuit. Otherwise, you're going to need a Hall sensor. Over and out.
want to repeat this process over and over and over. But what you really want to do is you want to go as fast as you can without a capacitor, for the simple fact is you want to put a lot of this radiant energy to the source. simple fact is you want to put a lot of this radiant energy to the source. want to repeat this process over and over and over. But what you really want to do is you want to go as fast as you can without a capacitor, for the simple fact is you want to put a lot of this radiant energy to the source. process over and over and over. But what you really want to do is you want to go as fast as you can without a capacitor, for the simple fact is you want to put a lot of this radiant energy to the source.
Testing.
Repeat this process over and over and over. But what you really want to do is you want to go as fast as you can without a capacitor, for the simple fact is you want to put a lot of this radiant energy to the source.
All right, I'm going to go over this relay here. So this relay is a magnetically controlled relay. It's controlled by a magnet and it's controlled by two electromagnets, and it's also controlled by the two cores of those electromagnets. The iron cores of these electromagnets will present a pull force on this north-south magnet, both sides, because it's iron. So right now you see it in this position. Oh, sorry, hold on. You see the relay in the down position right now. Right there, making contact with the bottom battery to send power to the bottom coil. This is the this is not the default state. Let me open up that image. All right, this is the default state. You notice both the coils are off; they're not being energized. And that is because the power is disconnected. So when this power gets connected here, you're going to be sending power from the battery to the coil. contacts, and the coil will energize, and it will look like here. No, wait, right here. What? Sorry, there. It will look like that. So the bottom coil will get turned red, the bottom battery is red, meaning it's sending power to the bottom coil. And what happens is when you send power to this bottom coil and you send the positive out here, let me change the color of this. Hold on. Let me try green. When you send the power positive, another color. Okay, so you're sending your positive through here to the top contact of this relay. The top contact. And there's the bottom contact. So you're going to send power through there, right? Energize the coil. And when the coil has energy, it is going to push the magnet away. So, give me a second. So now the coil is energized, and it will present a north field right here on the core. And it will present, I'm sorry, a south field. The blue on the magnet is south, red on the magnet is north. So when you energize this coil and you send your positive out this rail, the top rail, it comes out the top rail here. It flows from top to bottom on the coil, presenting you a north at the bottom, the direction of the flow. And the south will be presented at the top here. Because the blue part of the magnet is south, this south on the core will push the blue part of the magnet up. Okay? So as soon as you go from the default state, which is here, off, everything's off, and then you energize the bottom coil, as soon as that happens, the magnet's going to push up like so. Because you created a south field here to push this south field up. And that's going to push the other side of the magnet, the north field, closer to the iron here. And because of that, the iron will pick up the magnet and bring it towards it, allowing it to make contact to the bars on the top. And that image is right there. See? So after the bottom magnet energized, create a south at the top here, and then push the south magnet up. It pushed it close enough to have the magnet, to have the iron on this electromagnet attract the magnet and pull it up to give it contact. And as soon as it gets contact, you'll notice that this coil here gets energized. And as soon as that coil gets energized, just like the bottom one, it's going to do the same thing. You're going to send the positive from the top battery, a second source, a double source. Remember, this is a double source, double throw relay, not just a double throw relay, double source, double throw. So the positive of the other battery is going to enter the bottom rail here. Okay, it's going to go up the top of the electromagnet and head down, giving you your north field where the arrow is. So you have a north field being presented here on the iron core to then push away the north field on this magnet, because the red is north. So alike fields repel. And then it pushes the magnet back down to remove contact from the battery and remove charge from the electromagnet. And there it goes, right there. It pushes it down to the center. And at this point, neither one of the coils is energized. It's in free flowing, and it's being controlled by the iron on the two electromagnets to move. It's not being controlled by power. It's being controlled by iron and magnetism. So in this state, the magnet is moving back down to the bottom electromagnet through the force of magnets pulling to iron. And and then it pulls down, wait, disregard that. Then it pulls down to right about there, pulls down again. As soon as it pulls down again, it makes contact to the bottom battery, repeats the cycle, energizes the coil again, provides you a south field here on the iron core to then repel the south field on the magnet right here and make it go back up towards these contacts here and towards this iron core. So basically what you have here is a relay that is controlled by the energizing of the electromagnet. So the relay is first controlled by the iron and its attraction to the magnet. And that control puts the relay in default state. And you assumedly in default state, you have your power turned off. With no power to the circuit, it allows this magnet to pull either to this core or to this core. So the default state will be either up or down, depending on the pull direction it goes to. Because, you know, you have to keep in mind that the north field is stronger than the south field. So it's probably going to pull up or down. I don't know. Depends how close you have the iron core to the magnet. But you're going to situate these cores in a way where it attracts this magnet the way you want it, so that it
doesn't repeat this process over and over and over. But what you really want to do is you want to go as fast as you can without a capacitor, for the simple fact is you want to put a lot of this radiant energy to the source. repeat this process over and over and over. But what you really want to do is you want to go as fast as you can without a capacitor, for the simple fact is you want to put a lot of this radiant energy to the source.
In this state, you see, let's see, we got three images here. One, the relays to the right, which I believe is the default position. One is to the left, and one is in the middle. That's not actually a relay position, more like the in-between state of the two positions, showing where there is no contact. And that's when the flyback happens. But we'll get back to that. Let's go with the on state here. We energize this coil up here with the battery down here. First, you got to turn on the switch right here. As soon as you turn on the switch, positive will go up from the battery. Positive will go up this way through the switch into the coil. And put a positive on this side of the coil. And here is your negative from the battery going up this way to the coil. Placing a negative on that side of the coil. Okay? That is what's going on here right now in this condition. And to add to what's happening here is when the coil gets energized, it creates a magnetic field right here. You're going to orient either the north or the south, whichever works best. And it's going to face this reed switch, which is magnetically controlled. And when the magnetic field hits that reed switch from here, from the core of this electromagnet, it will connect points B and points C. Here's B. Here's C. Basically, it will connect the negative over to this coil from this battery. And you have points A already jumped to the positive. Okay? So A already has positive 12 volts. It's like that constantly. But when you energize this coil, it activates this reed switch to then close. You want it in the open position normally. And when the coil is energized, the reed switch closes. And when the reed switch closes, points B and C have continuity. Here's B, here's C. You're basically shorting the points B and C, giving negative from the power supply to point B. You're putting this negative over here. I'm sorry, where is it? Yeah, you're putting this negative over to here, which is connected to here, which is connected to here. And that then sends plus and minus 12 volts to the relay, to then activate the relay and have the toggle move and have these two arms here move. And when this is energized, these guys move. So basically, right now, the switch is on. And as soon as you turn on the switch, power from this battery leaves and goes, because this is the default position of the relay. So as soon as you give this relay power with this configuration, then the power will move to the coil. Energize the coil, close the gate on this reed switch, connects points B and C together, giving you your negative from the battery to point B. And point A is already jumped to 12 volts. So as soon as you do that, you energize the relay. As soon as you turn on this relay, and let me go back a step here. As soon as you turn on this relay, it's supposed to turn itself off, and it does so by activating these points right here with voltage and essentially activating the relay to then move these two arms away from where they are by default, which will then disconnect power from here. And I'll continue with this with another image right here. Sorry, this one. So once the coil got energized, and it, as you see here, the reed is open now, meaning this is not getting power anymore. And that makes sense, because as soon as you gave it power and turned on the coil and energized it in red, you then opened up this reed and disconnected power from the circuit. But that's not going to stop. That's not going to stop these two arms from continuing on swinging to the left and landing like this. Which is right here. Oh, sorry, here. There it is. And as soon as they land there, because you first energized the coil to move them in that direction, and of course at midpoint, the flyback happened. And at midpoint, you also activated this reed to open up and turn this off and deactivate power to the relay. But again, that's not going to stop the relay from flipping to the left like it is now. And by the time it gets there, it turns back on the circuit. As you can see, it sends power through here to the coil. It's a plus there. Sends the negative through here and puts the negative. Energizes this coil again to then turn off the power to the circuit again by sending a magnetic field to this reed switch, which is now closed. Okay. Correction. When the toggles to the left, you don't want to close that switch up top there at the top left. It should be open. In the episode 2 of this video, I correct myself fully. Which one? And you want it to be open in this position so that the spring brings the toggle back to the right, at which point you want the switch at the top left to then close. Once the magnetic field hits the reed switch, it's going to open and then disconnect power to this again, which will then turn off the relay again. And that will send the relay back to its default position, which is there to the right. But on the way there, it ends up in this position, which, that's correct. When you turn power off to points A and B, the relay is sprung back to its default position with springs. Incurs another flyback event. And I'll go back into the flyback in just a minute. But it swings to the right back to its default position right there when you remove power to this section to give the relay power. You take the power away by opening up the reed again by energizing this coil. And that's how the operation works. But anyway, it turned off the power. Another correction. You open up the switch there by de-energizing the coil. Power, and the relay returned to its original position, which is right here. That's the default position, which then turns on the power again. And when you turn on the power again, it energizes the coil again, and it opens up the reed again, disconnecting point B from C, disconnecting the negative from B, because here's C. And then this gets no more power, and that then turns off power to the relay again. But by the time you turn off power to the relay, it's already moved into this position. And another flyback occurs. And it's going to keep moving over to this position. And again, you had turned the power off previously in the previous cycle by energizing this coil. But since correction by de-energizing that coil and allowing the reed or the switch to the top left to return to normally open position. All you had to do was give it one pulse of power to activate the relay to move from one side to the other. Well, here you are. It moved from one side to the other. And now it's giving power again to the coil. So I think you guys are catching on to what's going on here. I went over this thoroughly. This thing does not turn off until you turn the switch off right here. So it's controlled by your manual switching of it, the power, the plus of the battery to the circuit. Now I'm going to go over the flyback channels on this circuit, which is just one image right here. Change the color to red, or let's say orange. Now, the flyback channels are shown in the arrows, and flyback only happens when the relay is in this position, when it's in midpoint between its two known positions, which is to the right or the left. It has two known positions, this way and this way. I mean, that's one position, here's the other. Okay, but it's in between position is right there. That's the state it's in between before it gets to the other side. And that's enough time for the flyback to happen. But here's the flyback happening right now. Okay, so you had given positive to the coil here. Oh, let me go back here a second. Previously, you gave negative to the coil here and positive to the coil here. Because the gates were here, and the negative. I'm sorry. Let's assume that the switches were this way before, and your negative was giving here, and your positive was given here. And then you go to this position where the relay is in midpoint, and the coil has no power anymore, and the field drops and collapses and flies back. And then this side, which you had given a positive, becomes a negative, and this side becomes a positive, and the positive flyback goes through here, it goes through here, through that diode, high voltage diode of your choice, through the switch into the positive terminal of the battery, and the negative flyback goes this way through the high voltage diode to the negative portion of the battery. However you want to look at this negative, it's up to you. But either way, this positive here is going to pass through that high voltage diode, go through the switch, go through the battery, go back up through here, and it's going to go this way through the diode because it's a positive. Okay? So however you want to look at this is up to you. But the other way, the positive flyback is going to end up meeting the negative at this point of the diode. Right there, at the cathode of the diode. So that's that, and that's how you can see the flyback is happening. And it's happening in one direction every time, I believe. Right, yes. Correction, it's happening in two directions. The inductor is polarized in two polarities, one polarity each cycle. It on and off, just flips back left and right, the two relays. It's happening the same direction each time. It's doing the flyback is going, it's operating just like I explained here every time. It doesn't go any other. So the circuit is properly wired to capture the flyback in two directions, in case you're wondering. Direction, because there's only one coil and it's being energized the same way each time. Same poles on each side. And so let me explain more the reason why you need these diodes here on the negative flyback portion. That's the negative flyback. There's the positive flyback. Why do you need this diode here? You know you need this diode here because if you've replicated the Bedini SG, you understand why. The reason why you need the other high voltage diode here is because if you don't put it there, this is what happens. When you're in this position, let me switch images, right here, and you're in this position, right? And the positive battery source, let me change the color to green. And your positive comes out the battery right here, it goes through the switch, through the relay, and then it will go down where the diode is not, and it will short out to the negative of the battery, and you will be losing power all day long. So you need that diode there. Okay, does that make sense? You can't go without the diode there, and you cannot go, let me show you in the other position why you can't go without the other diode, which is the shunt for the flyback is the 12 volt battery that's powering the inductor. Sears. Over here, I believe. And there's Sears. I don't know if I'd call it a shunt or a dump load. The battery is the load for the flyback. So that coil up top gets polarized in two directions, and the flyback also comes back in two directions. And it comes back to the same battery that charged the coil in two directions. So the battery is the shunt for the flyback. If you want to call it a shunt, I guess it's the same thing as calling it a load. It's, I don't know. Here's your positive, that becomes a negative. Right. Like we're not shunting the flyback to ground or nothing. We're trying to recycle the flyback. We're not trying to shunt it out of the circuit and get rid of it. So if you look at the Bedini SG system, that's the two battery run in charge. The charge battery is capturing the flyback. So it's acting like a shunt would in a typical circuit to get rid of the flyback to the ground, I guess. So Bedini tries to preserve the flyback, not throw it out. And yeah, that's what I'm doing here. It's all based off of the Bedini SG method. Now you're sending positive to here, which becomes a negative flyback, and there's a positive flyback. Okay, so again, it's not a flyback yet right now, it's just that, but when you energize this way with a positive, and it will go up here, to the coil, and the other route for the positive to go would be down this way to here, which does nothing. It's no harm at all, just it's touching itself, doesn't do anything. But bingo. The diagram, not which diagram you're referring to. This one? Right here. Yeah, the other diagram, it's half the Bedini circuit. One side, it's two Bedini circuits put together using two drive windings instead of one, and the same two batteries, and instead of one battery acting as a charge and one battery acting as a drive, both batteries are acting as charge and drive. And in the Bedini switching, he switches the negative only, the negative pole of the inductor to the battery. Positive is jumped. So he's single pole switching. And to get away from having to swap the batteries manually and have the circuit do it automatically for you, you have to add 3 switches. So basically each of the 2 batteries that act as a drive and as a charge, each one of those 2 batteries gets 2 switches on it, on each pole. And those 2 switches switch together and connect to the battery, to the inductor, and then they release together from that inductor for the flyback to then channel to the other battery before that other battery then closes its 2 switches to its inductor. That's the other circuit, but it sounds like you're catching on. As soon as you turn on the switch, positive will go up from the battery, positive will go up this way through the switch into the coil. And put a positive on this side of the coil, and here's your negative from the battery going up this way to the coil, placing a negative on that side of the coil. Okay, that is what's going on here right now in this condition. And to add to what's happening here is when the coil gets energized, it creates a magnetic field right here. You're going to orient either the north or the south, whichever works best. And it's going to face this reed switch, which is magnetically controlled. And when the magnetic field hits that reed switch from here, from the core of this electromagnet, it will connect points B and points C. Here's B, here's C. Basically, it will connect the negative over to this coil from this battery. And you have points A already jumped to the positive. Okay? So A already has positive 12 volts. It's like that constantly. But when you energize this coil, it activates this reed switch to then close. You want it in the open position normally. And when the coil is energized, the reed switch closes. And when the reed switch closes, points B and C have continuity. Here's B, here's C. You're basically shorting points B and C, giving negative from the power supply to point B. B from C. So that's to the negative portion of the battery. However you want to look at this negative, it's up to here, which becomes a negative flyback, and there's which is over here, I believe. And here's your positive. That becomes a negative. Right now, you're sending positive to here, which becomes a negative flyback, and there's a positive flyback. Okay, so again, it's not a flyback yet right now, it's just that. But when you energize this way with a positive, and it will go up here, to the coil, and the other route for the positive to go would be down this way to here, which does nothing. It's no harm at all, just it's touching itself, doesn't do anything. But I gotta edit this image. There's supposed to be a, this point's not supposed to be connecting. It's not connecting actually. It's supposed to be like that. But this positive, oh right, there's the other diode, my bad. Okay, so the first diode was here.
Hello, hello.
Oh god, I lost it. First diode. Go back
It's
there.
all right. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Give me a second. How's it going?
Pretty good. Can you hear me?
Yes, gotcha.
Awesome.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, so I was giving off a demonstration of the 0-point energy generator system at a local store. And it works perfectly. I had a couple people interested checking it out. I have some video I can't release on YouTube because the music in the background, but it will be available on my Patreon tonight if you guys are interested in that.
You should be able to edit that out, the audio.
Yeah, I'll do it eventually. Yeah, I'll do it eventually. But for now, I'll just upload it to Patreon.
Gotcha.
But what you really want to
You
do
can
is
mute it,
go
no?
as fast as you can without a
Present
capacitor.
it
Yeah,
here,
there's
mute
some.
it.
For the simple
There's a
fact is
do what?
you want to put a lot of this radiant energy to the source.
A duet playing music, you mean, in the background?
Yeah, I can hear the music.
No, I said in your video you have a video music that you can't post because of the copyright or whatever.
Yeah, when I take time, I'm gonna edit it out. But there's a filter I can probably put on there. But for now, I'm just gonna upload it to Patreon because I'm too lazy to edit it tonight.
So what
Yeah,
else is
we were doing tests with the magnetic field, the electromagnetic field, getting the neodymium sphere to spin, and it blew up a couple of channels of the stereo amp receiver. I have one channel left that still works, the center channel. So I gotta take it apart and see what exactly blew up and if I could fix it, because that's a nice stereo.
Are you putting the diodes facing out on it?
So I put a diode, the diode that I got, the FR207. It's not the highest frequency diode that I can use, but it's kind of like a medium tier, I guess you would call it. So it's not my first pick. The first pick is going to be here in like a couple weeks. So when I hooked it up to the stereo amp, the signal wasn't there. It wasn't clean enough, and it wasn't producing the effects like it needed to.
Right.
Like the waveform wasn't right or something. So I need to get a better diode probably. And the fuse on the negative just burned out instantly, the 2 amp fuse. So I'm going to need to bump it up to at least the 3 amp.
The fuse did what? It blew?
So I have a 2 amp, 250
amp.
volt. No, I have a 2 amp fuse on the negative side. So I have the diode on the positive, and then I also put a fuse on the negative.
You have the diode pointing. You have the diode plugged into the positive of the stereo thing, pointing away from the stereo, right?
Yes. So it can't go back into the plus.
And it's
And
still
then I
went
also,
in.
yeah, well, no, that didn't go back in. That protected it, but it didn't. Yeah, but it didn't actually output the signal right too. So you know what I mean? Like it was distorting the signal too much.
What was the stereo?
I guess the diode. I don't know if it was an incorrect diode or
your stereo amp. You had it up too loud, maybe.
Maybe do you think the fuse could have been screwing with the signal then? Because it wasn't producing the same effect that it was without the protection circuit.
Without the diode. The diode would cause a slight voltage drop.
Slight voltage drop. Maybe that's it. Maybe it created a voltage drop and the system just wasn't powerful enough for me to increase it for what I needed to.
You went to maximum and still nothing?
Yeah. So this is why we need to move away from the stereo amp anyway. So this is good that we got the function generator and I got you here.
Right.
So
I'm glad you finally realized that.
Oh no, I realized it a while ago. It's just I didn't have enough money to get the function generator,
It's better to, use like a pulse width modulator or something like that to get your thing going the way you want it to get going before you experiment with like on a stereo, because I don't know, for one, stereos are not cheap, and
yeah.
And plus, it's not DC; it's an AC output.
If I could figure out what blew though on the circuit, I could just replace it and take me like a weekend to do. But I'd be able to if I could just determine what exactly fried out on it. I don't know if it's a fuse or a
most likely a
capacitor
transistor. If you don't see any burn marks or any bulging capacitors,
it's a transistor.
Yeah, and that's not.
Yeah, because I opened up a couple of them. I didn't see any burn marks or anything,
And if the fuse is still good, then the Flyback got in there and blew the transistor. That's it,
Yeah, because on the other one, I did test the fuse. I put the multimeter up to each, the positive and well, there's no positive and negative of the fuse, but I put it, one in on either end, and it's still, got the continuity.
Give me 1 second.
Hey, Ben.
Hey, how you doing, Lulu?
Good.
Good to see you.
See you too. Like you need a whole budget for your stereo amplifiers.
I know. Well, hopefully tonight we can see if the function generator works. I'm hoping it's just a simple setup. We'll get it hooked up, hopefully, to the workbench power supply. And I don't know. I mean, if we can get it to work.
What I suggest is get a nice car battery, or 2 of them, and put them in series so you have 24 volts. Hook up that PWM you got, because that thing could push 150 watts, and your coil is not going to burn out at 100.
Yeah, with the coil is a resonant circuit, so we don't necessarily. I don't think when we hook up the Bedini circuit, I don't think we're going to necessarily need the AC to resonate. Like I'm doing now. I think you're right, Mike. We'll have to use the pulse DC with the Bedini circuit, and then the resonance circuit of the coil would just take care of the efficiency.
You could use the Bedini circuit to, just like the Bedini circuit is used typically to do a pulse motor thing, to do the same thing with your coil and the sphere.
But we're gonna take the breadboard and we're gonna hook up some of the components for the Bedini circuit and get it ready. So when I do have those car batteries, we can hook it up.
Yeah, I get one good car battery and one bad one, because
I got the diodes that we need. I got a whole diode kit, a whole capacitor kit. You know, like I got a whole bunch of stuff that we can use, and then the transistors, so we can set something up, so we'll have it ready.
if you get a damaged car battery, at least you'll know. Like try charging it with a regular charger before you hook it up.
And
to
you
the
said,
alternate
or
charger.
Bedini, or so, I think Bedini said in one of his videos, or you said, like 3 volts on the damaged battery that you want to rejuvenate, like make sure it puts out like no more than 3 volts or something.
The damaged battery. If it's a 12-volt battery,
Mm-hmm.
then you want to bring it up to 14.5, 14 and a half, 15 maybe. You get into dangerous territory when you get to 15 volts with these lead acid batteries, because they start to overheat and burn out the your electrolyte evaporates. I think 14 and a half seems to be good, just like Bedini says. 13 and a half, 14 and a half.
Oh, so
there.
it doesn't have to be as low as 3 volts. It can be like, you know.
Oh, you mean
halfway.
to drain the battery? Oh, I don't know. I've never done
Yeah,
that. That was Mike Faraday that suggested that.
yeah, somebody suggested like the
That's
deader the
Faraday,
battery,
yeah.
the
Mike
better
Faraday.
it will work. You know, the
That
better
was
it will
Mike
heal it.
Faraday. Yeah, he recommends doing that because you can get rid of the way the chemicals polarized by current, I guess.
Oh,
And
sorry guys, I didn't have any audio on my stream. My bad. Thank you, OD1EXX. I'm sorry, I had my
don't you love
thing
it when
muted
that
on.
happens?
Yeah, I hate that. It's okay. I've only been streaming for a couple minutes, so actually about 10 minutes. But oh well, it's okay. Sorry.
So what was I saying? So like I think when you drain the battery, you get rid of the polarization of the chemistry of the battery that was created by current, because it was charged with current, right? Unless you trickle charged it. Like trickle chargers are like pulse DC, you know. That's why those chargers work so well, because they don't charge with amps, but you could also charge with constant current DC and a lot of amps, and that is polarizing the battery chemistry probably not the way it would have otherwise be polarized by a high voltage spike, or what they call an H wave.
Just to catch everybody up on my stream, because I was muted. We are on live with Mike Does and Lulu, and I'm going over some ideas to develop phase 2 testing of the rodent coil. We're going to try to implement the Bedini schoolgirl circuit with the rodent coil, and we're just bouncing off ideas and how we're going to do that. And in a few minutes, I'm going to get ready to try to build one of the, just a preliminary circuit to get it ready. The Bedini SG circuit. I have some of the components, and we'll work on that. And along with testing, we're going to eventually tonight, we're going to test the function generator as well. See if we can get that hooked up to the workbench power supply. And, like I was discussing with Mike, try to move the rodent coil away from the stereo amp receiver system. So we stop going through so many and blowing them up, something a little bit more practical and portable.
Ben, you know more about the rodent coil. I was watching, Marco and Randy back when they came out, and learned all that stuff with the math and the coil and all that, but I didn't keep following them after the first year or so,
Well, it's very simple, Mike, because you could just, in a lot of cases, you can treat the rodent coil as a regular electromagnetic coil based on how you configure it. Like it's just a very efficient coil. It's a 1-to-1. It can act as a 1-to-1 transformer as well, so you got to be aware of that. But depending on how you hook it up, it's just a very efficient coil, or it can, do other stuff. So, like what I'm thinking is, since it's pretty much an all-in-one system, and since it acts as a resonant circuit, and it kind of just like naturally has that resonance cavity in the geometry, no matter whether it's resonating at the coil's resonant frequency, I think whatever you're putting into it, like if you're resonating or you're pulsing at a specific frequency of the circuit, with the Bedini circuit, you use a pulse DC instead of the AC, I think we'll be fine. I think the coil will adapt. I think just the geometry alone will help eliminate some of those inefficiencies and helping and maybe increase the efficiency of the Bedini SG together.
So I was going to ask you is when, in terms of the Rodin coil being energized, like people sending signals into it, what is their end goal? What are they trying to do there? Are they trying to like send 10 watts in and get 20 watts out per se, or are they trying to, create
It depends.
a resonance frequency in the environment for plant? I mean, I guess what is the primary goal for sending power into these Rodin coils that you would say?
That I would say the main or the main reason that I got into it is energy generation. Energy production efficiency, right? Try and increase the efficiency of a system.
Because when Marco talked about it, it was all about the vortex spiral thing, and not so much about what to use the coil for. What to do with the coil.
Yeah,
once you make it.
So his ideas for the coil were not really what we're doing with it now. He wanted to do gene splicing with the coil. He thought that you can use plasma to create that same vortex shape. But other people came in and worked on the project of VBM, vortex-based mathematics, with Rodin, and developed their own theories and their own practical applications. And some of these other applications, I think, stem from people like Jack Scholes and Daniel and Erica Nunez of First Stop Energies. They kind of pushed it to the practical application realm, whereas Rodin really stuck in a theoretical, and he was more about gene splicing.
Pushed it into the application realm? Who was that? The POE?
So that was more like
Nunez?
Jack Scholes. Jack Scholes, and then Jack Scholes also.
Can you talk more
Randy
about
Powell.
Jack Scholes and how they put it into an application?
So Randy Powell and Jack Scholes developed vortex-based math, and developed a way to transcribe that math onto a toroid. Like basically, they took the grid, the vortex math grid, and was able to map it onto a coil for practical applications. They're like, okay, so there's this pattern we have that we can use for coils. How do we actually transcribe this pattern for practical applications on a real physical shape? And that was Randy Powell, and Jack Scholes worked with Randy Powell, I believe. I don't know too much about Jack Scholes. I know that he did some work with Randy Powell, I believe, in transcribing and actually making this coil practical. So like you'll see Jack Scholes is one of the only
to do what? To spin
for
a wheel?
energy generation, or you can also use it. Well, it's like I said, it's an all-in-one system. It can be used as a transformer, a one-to-one transformer, a resonant circuit, a Tesla coil to transmit energy wirelessly for short distances from coil to coil.
I think a good start with that coil would to do what you're doing now with the magnets, getting it spinning, and then maybe even try different geometry magnets.
And see, that's the thing. When the magnet starts spinning and I get it at the maximum speed in the resonance, of the Schumann resonance, which just amplifies that magnetic field effect, it seems. And I put it in the glass container, which also seems to amplify that aether energy or whatever compared to the plastic. That's when the freaking things start blowing. That's when the stereo amp starts blowing, because I'm spinning the sphere
instead of a plastic. It starts blowing the stereo.
Yeah, and you know why? Because when the magnet starts spinning, it's creating extra energy. It's creating a lot of extra energy just going back into the system.
Spinning in the plastic cup too, so right?
Yeah, but it doesn't spin as fast in the plastic cup. Yeah, like it's not as noticeable when you have a high power going into it, but when you put like a little tiny
so the only energy I could see getting back into your stereo is the flyback, especially when you had that diode.
It is. There. Yeah, it's just a matter of creating the right protection circuit. That's all.
According to what Mike Faraday said once, is that the flyback can actually go through the diode, sometimes even through the diode. Like even the diode's not enough,
Yeah.
But most of the time the diode will. So this is what I think happened. Your stereo is not a load. Now in the Bedini system, he has a battery as a load for the
Mhm.
flyback. So it's always there for the flyback. It's never not there.
Right. It's
And
not spiking. It's just
and
always there.
if you take the charged battery off the circuit, he has a neon bulb protecting the transistor, which is also always there. And let me tell you, I have blown plenty of transistors, even with the neon, for running it with the neon too long. You'll blow that transistor or damage it. The neon will protect the transistor for a limited period of time, long enough for you to reconnect another battery or whatever, without
Right.
damaging it. But that's how powerful the high voltage flyback is. It's not a lot of amps behind it, but it's a super high voltage, and not a lot can. There's not a lot of insulators out there that can stop it. Even though there's
Right.
no amps, it's not about
Yeah,
the
because
amps.
we don't
It's
have
about the
electrical
voltage.
engineers building components or teaching us how to build components to protect that kind of energy.
And that's the main reason why they shunt it to ground, the flyback, in most
Yeah, they
electronics,
just shunt.
because
Yeah,
they're
they
not
can't
going to
deal
sell
with
you
it.
a battery to go along with your device,
Mhm.
So just throw it into the ground. That way, there's no risk of your device going bad, the device they sold you, from running. If your device is a pulsed DC system or even a pulsed AC system, possibly, there's going to be flyback going on, and your circuitry or your transistors or your chips in there are going to get all messed up.
And
And
when they ground that out, the analogy that I think, imagine carrying a big bucket of water a mile and then just throwing out half of it. you,
right.
you know what I mean?
Well, the Earth can take the flyback all day long, no problem. Without, you can divert it away from the
I'm
circuit.
saying you're just wasting all that, like all that stuff is you've done all that
Yeah.
work and you just
Well,
wasting it.
it's cheaper for them to waste it than to have to replace your device under warranty.
That's true. Yeah, you have me there, Mike. That's a good point.
And they're not going to keep returning stuff because they're trying to make it more efficient by recycling the flyback. And like I said, the only way to do that is with a chemical battery, and to make sure you're, loading it, not letting it charge up all the way. Because when it does, when that battery that was previously capturing the flyback is fully charged, that flyback's not going to have nowhere to dump anymore. It's going to find another source and keep going. And if you don't have your system shunting to ground after that, it will
Hold
hit
on,
your
my
transistor and ruin it.
mic's not working. Give me 1 second.
Mike, I emailed you an image. Look at it. Tell me, is this what you guys are talking about? The geometry of the toroidal coil or the rodent coil? I found this last night. I was just internet surfing. I thought it was
Here we go.
something that is useful, but I didn't understand why it goes up and down and then it just kind of narrows down at the end. Is it trying to find the 0 point?
Hold on. I'm looking.
I'm sorry, I completely missed your comment. My mic wasn't working, so I had to fix it. Well, could you say that again, Lou?
I found an image online. I emailed it to Mike, and I think it's relevant to what we're talking about. But I didn't understand why the cycle was going up and down, but it was narrowing. I figured if it was trying to find the 0 point of like the coil, but maybe you guys are better at explaining it to me.
I'm not sure. I'm new to wave functions. I know that when a system is in disorder or not in equilibrium, it will try to find equilibrium.
Okay,
Maybe that answers your question a little bit.
you got to see the image. I emailed
I'm
it.
bringing it up. Let me see.
I've gotten some really, really interesting wave patterns from the rodent coil at different frequencies. And I'm not sure what they mean, honestly. And I'd like to show you guys some of them. But I know one of them is like, that a semicircle. So the positive of the oscilloscope shows a perfect semicircle. And then on the negative, a perfect semicircle on the negative. And it's just like this perfect like S form. I've never seen anything like it. Completely uniform.
Okay, do you see the image?
Yeah, what exactly am I looking at here?
Well, I don't know. This is why I took it. I took
What?
an image of it, but
Yeah.
you see how it goes up and then it goes down, and then but it narrows at the end. So what is it trying to?
It's an oscillation of some sort. Maybe that's the oscillation of the radiant energy, how it moves.
Oh, I
Like
see what
from
they're
3 to
trying.
6, 3 to 6 to 3 to 6.
It's
Maybe.
hang on. It's if you can see the sine wave, I don't know if you saw it, but hold on. It's showing how the vortexes continue on through the cosmos in an oscillation in a oscillating pattern like a sine wave. A spiral, another spiral. A sine wave is a spiral, by the way. It is a vortex. In geometry, if you look at it, it's a circle when you connect the 2 points of one cycle of a sine wave.
But you see how it narrows down at the end. Well, the end. What it like? Is that the 0 point of the vortex? Is it reaching the 0 point?
Yes.
I'm not
No.
sure.
No.
I don't know. It looks like yeah, maybe that is the 0 point, like the point between the next cycle.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yesterday, I found treasure troves online. I was searching for something, and then it took me to something else, and something else, and then something else, and then all of a sudden, I don't know what part of the internet, but coolest like diagrams and images of just different things. So I just started taking different snap images of it. I'm like, okay, I'll leave these for future reference. Yeah.
So the sine wave. See it?
Yeah.
It's the sine wave.
Yeah.
But it's closer and further away from you. Like this point is closest to you.
Mm-hmm.
And as it spirals away, it gets further away from you. That's why it gets smaller. It's not that it's getting decreased in amplitude. It's just saturating away from the source. Or let's say you're standing here,
Yeah.
and if you were to walk that way,
Okay, so it's still the same size.
you'd be standing here, but you'd be further away.
Okay, I understand. I was thinking more of the like the donut shape, when like it's transferring the electrical movement from the outer rim to the inner, and that's what the sine wave is doing. And that's why I was saying, I was thinking the last point would be literally like we're almost in the center, like the smaller part of the donut.
You're talking about here?
No, talking about, you see the donut coil underneath.
Here?
No, the round one.
This one.
Yeah, this one. Yeah. So I was thinking the outer perimeter would be the first image, like the larger circle, and then as the energy moves inward, it it goes smaller. So you've got then the smaller, and then up and down, because it's you know
Oh, yes, you're making sense. Yeah. You mean this whole section here?
yes.
Right, because it's wound that
y-
way inside the coil.
yes. And so, like, by the time we reach the end, it's like the current, like that section that you know is it moving from the outer to the inner.
Right, because this coil is spiraled, right?
Yes.
And it gets more narrow towards the center of the wind.
So
And that's the kind of same thing you're seeing here.
yeah, and then gets narrower towards the end.
Kind of looks like what is that? A trumpet or
I don't know, but it was something that you explained also yesterday. Like AC is 80, 40 on positive, 40 negative. So maybe that's
Nice.
when it's above the line, that's the 40 positive, and then maybe when it's underneath the
Right.
line.
No. Yeah. You have that here too, right?
Yeah.
The zero line.
Yes.
That's right there. Right.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I was, so just,
That's correct. But it wait, I messed up. It's here. Then it is around here.
yeah, I mean, but it's not a,
Then it's about here.
yeah.
Wow, that's the zero line does not stay a line as it gets further away. I mean, as it's relatively close to you, it looks straight, right? But
Yes.
if you see the other, let's take one sine wave here. One half is here, and the other half is here,
Yes.
and there's your zero.
Yeah.
And then there's the next sine wave. One half is here, and the other half is here, and your zero line is like there.
Yeah. Or it would make sense, like,
Something weird going on there, but it's geometry here. Hard to draw on this geometry, but it's depicting something. I don't know. I guess the vortex that keeps going. It's a spiral.
but you might be right. Like what you said, it might be looking at it from, one location to a further location, and that's how the image was drawn.
Maybe a compressed vortex. Maybe
Yeah.
getting smaller. The to the pinpoint. It's look like from left to right. It's getting from the wide point to the narrow point of the vortex.
All right, guys, I want to show you something real quick. Could I present? I want to present an image.
I didn't know how
Where
to.
did you find this image?
I told you I was internet surfing. It took me from one thing to another, and it just like I took so many snap images of different things, but I found the coolest things. I even found a diagram for an anti-gravity craft,
Huh.
like a really cool one, a detailed one. So yeah.
So paramagnetic is something that's lightly magnetized, like water. But if you can focus a magnetic field into a very small area using a vortex, it's no longer lightly it's under a much stronger field in a smaller space. So that's probably what's going on here, I think. Something like that. What's this, Ben?
Okay, so oh crap, I lost it. 1 second. Okay, so this is Bedini's H wave, right? You see the shape that he has right here for the H, the transient spike, and then the kind of dip.
Yes.
Let me disable this. 1 second. So, oh man, not gonna be able to see that.
Right.
I
might have to upload it to myself. 1 second.
I think that the vortex coil is compressing the magnetic field into a narrow point, I think that's the primary thing for it, Like
You
a standard
said what,
coil,
Mike?
I think the vortex coil is best used to compress a magnetic field into a very small space.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's like a standard coil doesn't do that. It just projects the field in the area where the diameter of the circle of the coil,
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I got it. I just emailed it to myself, so I'm gonna present this other image.
You still have that same diameter with a vortex coil. Only thing is the way the winds are winding in a spiral direction from left to right and all that kind of like centralizes the electrons to organize like that as well as they're moving through the wire, or the field is more
all right, and this is
shaped, it's shaped like the coil. That's for sure. Whatever field that the coil puts out. It's going to be the shape of the coil.
This is the waveform that I found when I zoomed in. Oh wait, can you present it, Mike?
Oh, sorry.
No, what does that look like to you?
An upside down sine wave.
Yeah. So it's basically the same exact or some similar, very similar.
Zoom out a little. Zoom
yeah.
out on the oscilloscope a little. You're too zoomed in.
That's just the image. I have to show. I'll show you the other images. Give me 1 second. So that's just one image. I have others. I haven't uploaded the video yet.
Hey, what's up, Brandon? What's up, Nathan? These.
Nathan was asking me on where I got the image. I got it online. I was doing a search on something, and then it like an image search, and then all these things just started, and I kept on clicking from one thing to another, and I didn't want to lose the images, so I just started taking screenshots of them. Because Google search, like once you like log off or turn your phone, it deletes it deletes at least my whole search, whatever. So if I don't capture it, then I lose it. So yeah, it was just I don't know, a thread of searches till I got to that. But I got so many other cool images.
Ben, are you there?
Yeah,
you know how
I'm
to
trying
do
to get
that.
this on there.
You know how Bernie and Nathan, they're able to
there it
share
is.
each other's control panel on the StreamYard? Is there a way to do that?
I think they have like Pro or something.
Is that what it is?
It's like the Pro version, I think.
And does Streamlabs stream to like all platforms, or is there something that does that? Like
yeah, so Streamlabs, it can link to all platforms, but you have to have the Streamlabs subscription. It's like $20 a month. And then StreamYard can do the same thing, but I think you have to also have their subscription.
Oh, they do. Yeah, all right. You just need to upgrade or whatever. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got this other picture sent into myself, so I'm gonna present it. And this is a zoomed out. This is the same waveform zoomed out. Let's see, where is it? Okay. Oh.
Yeah, that's
so that. Yep. So that's the zoomed out H wave. You can see the transient spike, and you can see the same exact spike on the bottom, which is the back EMF. And that's
I never saw the H, but I've heard I think maybe Bedini call it that once, or someone. I didn't catch on to it, or I'm not an artist, but yeah.
And it's not just the H though, it's a perfect H. Look, it's
where do you see that though? I mean, I see the similarity of an H, but I don't see it like an H,
It's not exactly, but imagine the transient spike as the stem for the H, right? And then it comes down in kind of a bump.
Yeah, I guess, you can call it an H. I don't know.
And then you see on the negative side, though, it's exactly the same, only opposite, 180-degree phase shift. It's
well, that's interesting. I didn't get such a nice negative dip like that on my coil, but then
But that's the resonance with, that's because the coil is a resonant circuit, the rodent coil, right? You don't always need that, but that's just a unique. That's the unique effect of
on a standard.
At least
coil,
that's my theory. At least
on a standard coil, you don't get. You look like you have an even negative. Where's the zero line here? I mean, it looks like it's.
It's like. It's hard to see. Let me see if I can zoom in.
Okay, I see the zero line.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's interesting. And do you remember the voltage you were giving the coil to get this signal?
So this signal, it's basically any amount of power will produce a signal as long as it's within that frequency. as long
And you
as you
get
get
the
the frequency.
same top and same
Yeah,
bottom amount.
exactly. The only difference that I notice is when you increase the gain or the voltage, or the power or whatever, it increases the spikes. Like the
Well,
transient spikes get bigger.
on a standard coil wrapped around a bobbin, you don't get an equal negative portion as you see here to the positive. You get
Mhm.
a greater positive portion spike and a lesser negative portion spike. But here it looks almost equal.
Yeah, it's almost it's not perfectly symmetrical, but it almost looks perfect. Or actually, now that I'm seeing it, because I see the first waveform and the second waveform, the transient spikes are different, right? What the second waveform is a higher spike, but look, every other spike now that I'm seeing it matches. Like the first spike and the third spike are the same height. The second spike and the fourth spike are the same height. Like it does actually match now that I'm seeing it. It's
Right, but
almost
I'm
perfectly.
referring to the top portion and the bottom portion. In a standard coil, the bottom portion is not as
Yeah, it's
great.
not. Yeah.
You don't reach such a negative voltage spike
No,
on the
exactly.
bottom.
Yeah, and that's
You reach it
no.
on the positive though, on a
I think you're
standard
absolutely.
coil.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
What if
It's very significant here that this bottom portion.
it's
That's the difference I see between my coils and your rodent coil with a pulse spike going
for
on.
But
every
it's not like
equal
it's
opposite?
not like you said what, Lulu?
I said for every action, there's an equal opposite reaction, and maybe that's what that means. For every,
It's
you
I just think it's just in perfect resonance or something. Like it's just perfectly ringing that bell.
It's the geometry of the coil.
Mhm.
It's
like I'm reading the little things on your device. It said 44 volts, and then on the last notation it said is that negative 80. So 44 and 80, positive 44 and negative 80 is that's all. Like 44 is almost half of 80, and that's maybe where the symmetry is, but not quite.
Yeah, maybe.
frequency.
It's hard to tell on this little one, but I can load it up in a minute and we'll
Did you
get some
zoom in
more
a little bit on
readings.
the reading there on the?
Let's see. I don't know if it'll zoom in anymore. I think that's the max it'll zoom in.
Well, I have a phone. I could zoom in, like even at this, I could zoom it in. Like I could see. It says the first set says frequency 800.
100 hertz.
Before.
Does it say voltage peak to peak?
Voltage max and minimum. Yeah,
Yeah,
voltage max is 4.36 volts and minimum is negative 4.2 volts.
I see something that says VP minus P, and that says 8.5.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
Voltage PP.
Yeah, because you said peak to peak, so P-P might be peak to peak.
Yeah, I think you're right. 8.56 volts. Yeah, you're right. So that's
What are you feeding to? What voltage did you feed to get this flyback signal? What did you feed the coil?
So I was voltage wise, it doesn't look like it was more than a couple of volts, maybe 3 volts.
And you're
yeah,
getting
and then the
that sounds
frequency
about
was
right.
800.
Give it, you're
Yeah.
too low on voltage. You need to go up to 12, 24 volts. You want to see that spike go up to like hundreds of volts.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll get, less wide and more narrow with less amperage because your frequency will go up with the voltage because the pressure goes up. The pressure goes up, the frequency goes up. It's like putting force behind the vibrator, or the thing that pulses.
I don't know.
The more pressure you give it, the more it pulses. The faster.
When I saw this waveform, I immediately knew something was like, this is gonna tell me everything I need to know. Like, and
3
this
volts
is
not a lot of pressure, so your pulses are slower. Like
but that's why when we go away from the stereo amp and and hopefully tonight we can get that running, we can do a little bit more voltage. And this is we needed this waveform so we know what to look for. So we're like, okay, this is the right waveform.
But for 3 volts, you're getting 8 volts, so can't go wrong there. That sounds about right. But I'm telling you, once you get to up to 12 volts, that's why Bedini was using 12 volts, because
Mhm.
everything changes when you get up in around 8, 9, 10 volts. It starts
And look at the
really creating a
notice the
high
freak
spike.
right. And notice the frequency, 800.64. So there's a little bit of an inconsistency. I don't know if maybe that's just the so if it's the tone generator, if it's my cheap tone generator on the laptop, that means that the signal coming out of this proper function waveform generator will be a lot cleaner and a lot better and hopefully more accurate. That's what I'm hoping. Like this signal is going to be a little bit cleaner for us.
With what, the Bedini?
Just with everything, compared to the tone generator I have on it's the one I'm using now is just a generic free frequency generator on Windows, right?
And
It's not like
you
anything
play
special.
it through the stereo to get your signal.
Yeah, so this is a proper setup, so hopefully the signal will be a little bit cleaner,
Right. PWM pulse width modulators, they're just, more easy to work with,
Mhm.
to get your signal generator, to generate your signal. The knob that allows you to turn up and down, you don't have to keep changing numbers on the computer. You can
Right.
do the sweep manually, and and in the Bedini thing, you can also put a potentiometer, so you can adjust find the sweet spot. So you have your 100 ohm resistor hitting the base, and in between there, you put a potentiometer,
Hmm.
like a 1K or something.
1K ohm, yeah, potentiometer. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of potentiometers, so I got a whole bunch of components we can mess with for sure.
The thing is, though, that
We
potentiometer
won't be able to
won't
get it
last
running with
long because of the spike.
yeah.
Will keep going back through the potentiometer and damage it. But you
Well,
use
it's a good
it.
thing I got a bunch of them.
Well, they're cheap. You get like like on 50 cents, some of them, the
Yeah, they're
one
just
kit.
resistors with little knob, right?
Right. So what you do is you hook it up, you find the sweet spot, and once you found it, and try to
Mhm.
do it quick, because like within 10 minutes, running the thing on that potentiometer could damage it to the point where you can't find the sweet spot anymore. You pretty much,
Right.
the Flyback will do that. So, but you find the sweet spot, you turn the knob till you get it where you want, and then take your meter and measure the resistance on the potentiometer, and
Mhm.
then take the potentiometer off, and let's say you measured 400 ohms, then get a 400 ohm resistor and put it in there.
So, Steven Drysdale says he blew up his stereo receiver today. I'm sorry about
Up
that.
to you.
What happened? Yeah. I hope you weren't doing experiments like I was and blew it up.
So that's what I did with the potentiometer. I burned them out, and I stopped putting them on there. But I learned, let me just put it on there quickly, find the resistance value that it runs good at, and take it off and replace it with a real resistor with that same value that the potentiometer has. So it's just a variable resistor. It'll go from like 1 to 1,000 ohms. And if your sweet spot is like, let's say 470 ohms, and by the way, that's one of the resistors Bedini liked, 470 ohms. I think it was 470.
ohms. I don't know if I have one in my kit. I'd have to buy that, I think.
470 work good for me. 680, they have 680 ohm resistors. Added to you take the 100 ohm off the base and just put the 480 ohm resistor. Seems to be a good range for that circuit to run there. But as you turn the voltage up, that might change, with the resistance to the base. You might need to limit more of the current, by adding resistance to the base. Because what happens when, let's say you give the base 1 microamp, well, it's going to send through the emitter and collector, it's going to allow 1 milliamp to pass. So for every 1 microamp that goes through the base to the emitter, 1 milliamp will go from the collector to the emitter. So in that way, you can see it as, well, a small amount of current hits the base, and to the collector and emitter, a larger amount of current passes in ratio to that small amount of current. So as you turn up your voltage source, you're also increasing the current to the base of your transistor, which would increase the amperage going through the collector to the emitter. So you would want to add more resistance to the base as you're raising the voltage that is passing through the collector and the emitter. Now, that's in a system that's modified. In the Bedini system, it's just a magnet passing, and it's always going to be from 3 to 5 volts. But let's say you were to trigger with a higher voltage, then you would be sending more current through your transistor, through your gate of your transistor.
Hey, throw up that image that I have loaded. That's gonna be the Bedini
Sorry.
circuit, I believe. No, you're good. I need some kind of reference, and I'm gonna need a little bit of help with this circuit because I honestly am not that experienced. I know how to read these, but not like very well. So we have, okay, so we have 2 positives.
Okay, well, you want to use this circuit, or do you want to use another one?
I don't know. What do you recommend?
You want to do?
I have everything for this circuit, except for the batteries. But I have
Do
the diodes.
you want to do a solid state Bedini to oscillate the Rodin coil, or do you want to use the? Yeah, you have to, because you're not going to use a trigger winding. So
Yeah, let's just. Yeah, I think this is probably the easiest. Let's just do something basic for now, at least. See how it reacts.
give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta find this image.
So the transistor, we're gonna set that up right here.
Okay, it is. Yeah, how do I do this?
4007.
Oh, it don't work like that. Drag and drop.
Could you use a music keyboard to generate tone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I never thought about doing that though. Oh wow, look at these big diodes. Holy crap. Look at these bad boys.
Where's the search button? Oh, there it is. Try it another way. Right click. Open. There you go.
What is this it? 4007? Yes, 1N4007. And this is our second diode.
Okay, so which one is that? Oh, okay, yeah, that's it. There's the same thing. So what do you want to go over here?
So I'm going to attempt to build this. And if I have any questions about how to build it, I will be.
Okay, let's start with this battery here.
Yeah.
That's the run battery.
So that would be our positive for the battery. Is that the power supply?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the power supply, and then that.
We'll call it the run battery.
And that is a line that goes directly to the diode, or is that a capacitor?
So this is the running battery. This is the running battery. This is what powers the system. It runs the system.
Okay, we'll keep that on the positive power rail of the breadboard.
There's your charge. That's the battery that gets charged by the flyback. Just put.
Oh, that's the battery that gets charged. Okay. So that would be the negative side of that charge battery.
Yeah. Let me just do this another way. What was that again? This is the negative right here. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, and then the other side's the positive.
The long line is the positive.
Okay. So that's the charge battery. So we will want to keep a jumper out of the breadboard so we can connect it. And I got to look up real quick where the base and collector and emitter for this transistor are, because I didn't know, but they're not all the same.
Yeah, they're not. You gotta verify that.
Mm-hmm.
I just put like a dot with a Sharpie or something where the because you know the base will always be in an obvious place or something, and the collector or whatever. And you'd be like, just put a dot on the collector or something like that. Or what I do is put B where the base is and C where the collector is and all that, so I don't end up messing up any wiring. So that's the charge battery. Here's the run. Let me change that. Hold on. E13009. All right. Okay. I'll just paint the battery terminal that's positive. I'll just make it red. So. Where did it go?
So I have an E13009. If that's made by a different manufacturer than I'm looking at the diagram for, could it possibly have a different configuration, or are all the different? Is every E13009 going to be the same?
They're all going to be the same, yeah.
Okay. So it looks like the base is one. So the base is on the very end of this one. The collector is in the middle. In the middle, the emitter. Okay. Yeah.
Once you get this thing running.
Base, collector, and emitter.
Okay, so
from this side, which this is my right side, but your left side.
What's that, Steven?
This is going to be the base on the side, the collector in the middle, and the emitter on the other side.
Hold on, I didn't see that. Do that again. Yeah, so you're good. Yeah, just
okay. Yeah, so this is
as long as you're confident
base.
with where the base is, the emitter is, and the collector is. Don't worry about it. Just keep wiring.
Yeah, base, collector, emitter. So it should be fine. And I got a couple of them in case we burn.
Yeah, that's how those are from left to right. Right, base, emitter, collector. That's how they are. Okay, those types there. But listen, that the collector is that metal piece. The collector's in the middle, right?
So yes, the collector's in the middle. No, collector's in the middle.
Oh, well, it's also the back part, the metal part. So when you touch that, you're touching the collector.
Like where the
right.
Where
So
the
don't ever do
goes?
that. Hey, don't ever do that when it's running because you'll destroy the transistor. So don't touch it.
Oh, I know. That's where the heatsink's supposed to go, right?
Right, and you're supposed to have an insulator there so that if you do touch it, you're not actually touching it. You're touching.
That's going to get hot, I think, right?
Yeah,
I believe that's going to get hot.
You might. I mean, well, you're going to run it at like 9 volts. Don't worry about it. Just start with like 6 or 9 volts, and then you can add the heatsink later. But don't touch it without the heatsink and the insulator, because when you put the heatsink and the insulator, then you could touch the heatsink without actually touching the collector and grounding out the collector with your body to the ground, which will damage it.
Right.
So, yeah. Don't touch that back of that transistor when it's running, okay?
Okay, yeah. So I don't want to damage it,
right?
and I don't want to burn
And when you
myself.
turn the power off, you know, even then, unless it's it's the circuit's empty, don't touch it. Just leave it alone. You know, don't touch the actual transistor.
Mhm.
But you can touch all the other components as long as you don't touch anything that's touching the collector.
And then
You know,
I'm okay as long as I don't touch that. All right.
right?
Well, I had a question about the capacitor. It says 1 microfarad. What
Yeah,
would that be in unifarads? Is that
yeah.
like
That's
0.1
yeah.
unifarad?
UF is the same as it's not a U. It's an M. It looks like a U.
Oh, it's yeah. So, but my collection is in UF. It is in MF. So
It stands for microfarad. I don't know. It looks like a U. It's an M from micro. It's just how you write the small M from micro. It just looks like a U to people. I don't know why, but it's not a
it's the
U.
same thing.
And it's really an M. You see as a U is an M from micro.
Well, no, that on my package it says U. Like
Yeah,
for
they
I
write
have
it
a
like
package of
U, but
capacitors.
it's the U represents the small M from micro. It's just a way of writing the.
Oh, so it's the same thing though. So when I look
It's
for
really,
one,
zoom in with a magnifying glass, you will see a little,
but I'm saying like
a
when it
little
says
curve to
one
the
M,
left of the U at the bottom side of the
when
left
I'm
of the
looking
U.
for one MF, am I looking on my package for one UF?
Yes, same thing.
Okay. Okay. One UF
It's an
is
M, not a U.
so that's going to be one MF with 50 volts capacity. That's what I got. Will that work? Yeah, hopefully it'll work.
What'd you say? 1 microfarad. Yeah.
Yeah, one and then 50 volts.
Yeah, no. 1 microfarad. Yeah, 50 volts is. Well, yeah, I guess that'll work. Doesn't matter. Is it a ceramic or what color is it?
No, it's not ceramic. It's a
Black one?
polarized, yeah.
So the long terminal, I believe, is the plus side.
Yeah, I think that's the anode, right?
Well, it's plus and minus. So the short terminal is your negative with the white stripe.
Yeah, I believe
So
so.
that's your negative. And so that would go on the screen here.
Yeah, so let's work maybe from the capacitor or the transistor. I have it in there.
Hold on. See this here? Are you looking at the screen?
Yeah.
The here's the capacitor. You see the capacitor, right? So I'm going to trace the positive from the battery. Whoops.
Okay.
Damn it. How did I do that?
It's okay.
Zoomed in. Oh, that's what I did. Okay. Is it looking good there? Okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
Give me a second here. There it is. Okay, so the positive from the battery here is going to go this way, right? It'll go through this coil.
And that's going to be the first input of the Rodin coil.
No, you don't have a coil. Well, I thought you're right.
Or is the Rodin coil going to be on the other side?
You didn't do a Bedini coil?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to put the Rodin coil in
your
there.
Your Rodin coil has 2 wires or 4. How many ends does it have?
4. It has 2 inputs and 2 outputs. So positive, negative input.
Like I drew here, same thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so which you want? This is the thinner wire of your Rodin coil. You have a thinner and thicker wire on your Rodin?
No, but it doesn't need it because
they're all the same gauge?
Yeah, because with the Rodin coil, it should be able to step up with a 1-to-1. So it should be
basically
fine.
You have 2 coils with 2 ends on your Rodin, right?
Yes.
But they're wrapped together and insulated from each other.
Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah,
you
I don't
want
think it'll matter which one is which,
to,
honestly.
so you use either one, doesn't matter. Just use one of the two. Send the
Mhm.
positive in one side of the coil.
Should
You
I
might
have that in the positive of the coil or the negative of the coil?
send it into one side of the coil.
Just any side? It doesn't matter.
That
Okay.
one coil that you're going to use for this.
Mhm. So I'll
Let's
put it in the input of the channel A.
let's say you're using this one now, right?
Mhm.
So
Input
send
channel
that
A.
positive from the run battery, which is here. That's the
Mhm.
running battery. Send the positive from it through that one coil that you're going to use. Okay? And at the other end of that one coil, you connect that positive
Mhm.
through a resistor of 100 ohm. Or let's say, what voltage are you planning on feeding this? Here you have, because here you have 12
That's a good
volts.
question.
Here you have 12 volts. So 12-volt battery.
If we're doing 24-volt batteries,
No, don't do that.
no, do 12-volt batteries.
Start low voltage. You don't want to, because it's a 12 volts. 12 volts to start with, and 12 volts will get through the coil, and
Mhm.
you should be able to read from this point of the coil here to the negative of the battery here. You should be able to read a different voltage or something, lower or
Oh,
higher.
between those 2 points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so anyway, you send the power through the resistor. Let's go with, let's say, let's just do 100 ohms, okay?
100
Like-
ohms?
Like Badini does.
Okay.
And
Easy peasy. I got
to
100
get it
ohms.
started, right? And then forget about this guy right now. I'm sorry. Forget about this guy. That's the potentiometer, right? He's not
Uh-huh.
there. Okay, he's not there, right? You go through the 100 ohms right here. At the same time you go through the 100 ohms, you go through the capacitor. And this is the plus terminal of the capacitor, and that's the minus.
Hold on. Let me catch up to you. I'm putting in the resistor right now, and I'm
So you put
plugging
the capacitor and the resistor, the 100 ohm, in
Yeah,
parallel with each other.
I'm sorry, you said what?
You put them in parallel with each other,
Okay.
like that, as they are here.
And am I putting the cathode to the one end of the resistor or the anode?
The other, you mean the other end of the resistor that's not connected to, you mean, yeah, this cathode here?
Of the capacitor.
Oh, the capacitor negative, you mean, yeah.
You put the negative on that side of the resistor,
Right.
and then the other side goes to another resistor.
Well, the negative side of the capacitor and the other side of the resistor connect to the base of the transistor.
Oh, the negative side of the capacitor. Okay. Okay, so the positive goes to that side of the resistor, and then the negative goes to the transistor base. Okay, and then the other side of and then another resistor. Okay. So there's two resistors there, 200 ohm resistors.
Right, but don't, that's a potentiometer. You don't need it. You have one resistor in this. Just, pretend this is not here.
Okay, so I got the negative, the cathode of the capacitor, plugged into the base of the transistor, and I got the positive end plugged into the first resistor. I'm about to plug in the second resistor in a minute.
Okay. You're like
Where does
that
the other
now.
end of that resistor go? So the one end of the second resistor goes to the base and the capacitor, but where's the other end go? To the diode? Okay, yeah, I see. Okay. And we'll put that over here. Put that over to the diode. Oh, this is fun, Mike. We're having fun now. I like building stuff. I just don't know how to.
So you're at this part right now, right?
Yeah, I'm at the 1N4001. I'm about to put that diode in.
It feels like it's like Lego pieces. You just have to know what each piece does.
It
It's like
it really is.
yeah.
Yeah, it really is. It's fun. I just, half the time I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm learning as I go.
And
Okay. So, the direction of the current is going to be pointing towards the resistor, right? So we're going to put that stripe. Well, that's actually to you. It's going to be pointing this way, I believe. That diode. Okay. And that goes on the other end of the resistor. Oh, no. Is there just one resistor there? Hold on. That's just one resistor. You took out the other resistor. So we just need one resistor. Okay, let me take that one out. Positive and a resistor, and then the positive of the capacitor. Junction it off to the positive of the capacitor.
can you see the flow there? From positive to negative through the coil, through the resistor and the capacitor. And of course, the negative can pass through this diode in that direction because it's biased in that way. Positive goes this way, biased that way. Positive. What I'm saying is, the positive cannot go through this way. But the
So I
negative,
see you took out one of the resistors. So I just have to adjust this real quick. Yeah, you're saying just one 100 ohm resistor there, and then put that in parallel with the capacitor.
what I'm saying is positive cannot go through this diode.
Right, it can't go back. But in the other diode, you want to force the energy in the opposite way, right?
No, positive goes this way instead to hit the negative. That's how you trigger the transistor.
Okay.
That's how this positive.
So that other end goes in a negative.
It goes down in this way. Okay. It also goes up, to the other coil after you trigger the transistor to close the gate here. And this same positive will go through this coil and energize it through the gate to the negative. That's how it gets energy. But when this gate is open, no energy to the coil. But right now we're going this way, down with the positive through here, up through this other trigger winding, which is the other second coil in the Rodin coil you have. And the positive will go through the resistor, and some will go through the capacitor. And when the capacitor charges, it will pulse that positive to the base, through the emitter, because that's a diode, by the way. And positive can go this way through the diode. And that's how it goes through there, through the base, through the emitter, and to hit the ground and ground out, and have the plus 12 volts actually go through the base, through the emitter, to actually trigger this transistor. It has to go through the base to the emitter, and the emitter has to be touching the positive that goes to the base through the emitter has to reach its negative, and its negative is the same negative on the battery of which the positive left. So this positive on this battery has to meet its negative, and it does like that. It goes this way through the coil. The resistor slows some current, and it allows some current to fill up the capacitor like a tank circuit and pulse the voltage to the base through the emitter, the positive here, goes through the base, through the diode on the emitter, into its negative. Connects to its negative. That's how you trigger the transistor. And once the transistor gets triggered like that, the gate on the transistor closes and charges up this coil, which is the other coil on the Rodin coil, the second one.
Okay, I have half of the circuit complete. I need to connect the other half of the diode, which goes to the negative of the power supply, right? So that'll be on the negative power rail. Let me get some more jumper cables. Ooh, we're having fun, Mike. We're having fun.
So what happens when the positive, like the red line touches the green line?
Then you have continuity from plus to minus, and energy actually flows somewhere.
Okay.
Otherwise, nothing happens.
Okay.
You have to go from plus to minus for the energy to the positive potential has to meet its negative to have a cycle of
And
flow.
look what I got. I got these little nifty little button switches that we could do something with. I got a whole bunch of them.
You have to connect the positive to the negative through the coil to energize the coil. And the coil has to be in the path of the positive and the negative to get energized. So here you have this positive is going to go through this coil, through this these two junctions of the transistor. When you trigger this section here and send energy through here, it will close this section up and make continuity so that the positive can get through here and meet the negative and energize the coil.
All right,
and
so far,
that's okay. That's that's plus here on the coil, minus here on the coil, and then the switch opens up. The coil here loses power, and this plus becomes a minus, and this minus becomes a plus. And when it's a plus, it can go right here through this diode into the battery, because the negative is already connected. And that's how that battery gets the flyback. And it gets it when the switch opens right here. Meaning this point here and this point here are not connected. And there's no power flowing through this coil anymore.
so Mike, which one's the collector and emitter in the diagram?
This is the base. This is the emitter. That's
Emitter,
the
okay.
collector.
Okay, because I'm almost done. I just need to install the second diode and the route to the second coil.
That's where you put a load or a neon bulb, or when you run the device.
In between the collector and the emitter.
Uh-huh.
So which one would be positive on the load? Okay, that's that. Or does it really not matter?
What's that? Well,
Which-
it's an AC kind of signal. It's because the spike has a plus portion and it has a minus portion, so it's kind of considered AC.
It's good that you told me that, because I need to leave room for, on the breadboard for a pin for input there, on the base of the collector.
Yep.
So let's see. We have the 4001. I think that's the cathode that I need to attach. That goes to the. Oh no, I just attached that to the. Okay, so all right. So this is half done. All we need to do is plug in the power supply to the power rail here, positive and negative, and then that will go and supply this first half of the circuit. And now we need to work on, let's see, the emitter and the collector of the transistor. So the emitter is going to be going, let's see, the emitter is on the opposite side. So that's going to be on that side. And that emitter goes to the negative of the power rail. Okay, so we're going to attach the emitter to the negative on the power rail. And it shouldn't matter like where in the line the power, you know how like the breadboard has little lines of power. It shouldn't matter where I place that in series as long as they're connected, right?
Right. I mean, if you have any worries about which lines of the breadboard are connected with each other, if there's any space in between, that they're not connected. So if they're like all together, one dot after the other, and then you have a gap, the next row of dots is a separate bar of connections, a bus line.
Okay. And then the collector. Okay. So the collector goes to, and again, it shouldn't matter which one goes where, right? On the coil, it doesn't matter where the plus and the negative is on either end, or is that going to matter? Because it's just using the coil to go through, right?
Where are you talking about here? Which part of the circuit?
Okay, so I'm on this second coil. You just circled it. No, the coil you just circled.
This one?
Yeah.
What was your question?
So it shouldn't matter which end of the coil channel. Like I have an input of the channel B.
No, it doesn't matter.
Output. Yeah.
It doesn't really matter now. If you could always flip it around after you power up and nothing's happening,
and change it and see.
Yeah, because well, no, it doesn't. Well,
no, that's a good idea because at the end of the day, I won't know until I power it on, right?
I don't know. I mean, if you want the sphere to spin, it might matter. But as far as the circuit oscillating, it kind of won't matter. But if the sphere doesn't spin and it's oscillating, you might have to flip
right now,
one of them around.
Yeah. Right now, I'm not really worried about getting the neodymium sphere to spin in this setup anyways. Right. This is more of just like for energy and stuff like that. But I mean, yeah, if we want to mess with the neodymium sphere after we get it working, that would be cool too. But yeah, I think you're right. We'll just set it up. And if it doesn't work, we don't get any kind of result, just mess around with it, All right. So that on the collector goes to the one end of the coil. And I'm going to put the other coil input. So I have one coil input here in the middle of the circuit. And I'm going to put the other coil on the other power rail. Okay. So we're going to put the collector and the cathode of 4007 on this.
Let me, are you right here right now? Are you at this part?
Yes.
That's the charge battery you're hooking up.
Yeah. So I'm at actually.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you know
that junction.
Just want to make sure you know that.
Yeah, that's the charge battery. So once I get to the diode, that's going to go to the output. Yes. Awesome. Thanks for reminding me.
So are you using two coils?
Yeah.
So it looks like, we are technically using two coils, but for the rodent coil, those two coils are in the same bifilar or multifilar twist.
So, all right. So you're still using the rodent coil, but you're using two outputs for one side, two outputs, for the other side.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it's got two coils with 4 points, Lulu. See the 4 points here?
And because the rodent coil,
those 4 points.
Okay. All right. Got it.
Yeah, because it steps up voltage on a 1-to-1 ratio. In this configuration, you see there's one coil that's bigger than the other. I don't think it matters for us with the rodent coil. You know what I mean? I don't think it's
again. One coil's bigger than the other. One coil's different gauge.
Yeah, in this circuit, one coil is different gauge.
Oh, it does matter. I was trying to ask you that earlier. Which one is the thinner gauge? Because you want the thinner one to be this one.
Well, we're not using a traditional coil. In a traditional coil, it matters. But for the rodent coil, I don't think it'll matter.
It matters here also because you don't want to pass the thicker gauge passes more current. You want that
But
to
I
be
mean, there
this one.
is Mike. There is no thicker gauge. It's all the same
Oh,
gauge.
same gauge. Okay, never
Yeah.
mind that. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't
So
matter.
that's why I'm thinking. Yeah, I hope it doesn't matter at least. I
No,
mean, if we don't get any effect, then maybe it does matter.
just don't power this thing up with more than, let's start with 5 volts. If you don't get a reaction, go up to 9.
Right.
You should be good. I don't know if you tell me the ohms on your coil, I could tell you more accurately what voltage
Oh,
you'd be
it's
safe with.
8 ohms.
8 ohms. So the power winding on the Bedini coil is about 15 ohms. So yeah, 9 volts should be good.
9
Don't
volts.
go past 9. You should
Okay,
be
do me
safe
a
with 9.
favor and write 9 volts in the corner here. So when I come back and watch this video, I see it. Yeah, awesome. Dude, this is awesome. I appreciate this, Mike. This is really helpful. This is
You
going to
said
be
you had
really
8
cool. 'Cause-
ohms. You had 8 ohms.
Yes, 8 ohms. So the collector goes to the negative on the. Where's that? Okay, yeah.
Because the more your resistance goes up on the coil, you need to give it more voltage to get the current to go through it. Remember, voltage is pressure, and the current is the water. But the water can be sitting flat on the ground, or it can be at the edge of a cliff, falling down. There's a difference in pressure there, and a difference. That pressure is only applied based on the gravitational field, because there's no. I guess being flat on the ground, the water is balanced by the earth. I guess there's no gravity. There's still gravity, even though the water's on the ground. It's just the gravity ends with the earth, right? I don't know how to explain that, but the pressure doesn't change even if the water is at the streaming downhill. It doesn't change. What changes the pressure of the water streaming downhill is the amount of pressure behind it, or the amount of water behind the stream. It could be a 10 gallon pond, or it can be a 10 billion gallon pond, sitting at the same level. It's a pond, right? It's level, but it's dripping out the edge. And so the edge will have to get wider to allow more water through, right? Because it's got more water, more pressure inside that pond. So that's where the thickness and the gauge of the coil comes in. It's like the edge of the pond with more water in it, and how it breaks the dam wider to get because of the pressure. It's all relative to pressure, all this stuff.
You know what would be cool? Like on a separate layer to put the actual materials that all these logic gates are made out of. Like, for example, for the coils is copper, for the lines is this, for the transistors this, for the capacitors this. What is that? The metals that it's being used from, from where the current is moving through. Because I'm pretty sure the capacitor has to be a different material or element that is absorbing that energy, the capacitance to hold it, right?
The capacitor can be polarized, or it can be non-polarized. And so a polarized capacitor, if you feed it an AC signal which flips the poles within each cycle, it flips the pole,
So, for example, is it all of this is copper, or is there part aluminum? Is there
in
part
the capacitor?
Whatever. Like, let's talk about.
They use carbon, or carbon is I think that's the cathode of the capacitor.
Yeah, like
And
if we were to write the chemistry, on top of the circuitry, like what material use it, how the electrons are moving through what materials,
carbon.
Yeah, okay. Capacitors, carbon. What about the diodes?
It's also carbon silicon, carbon silicate, or it's a mixture of carbon, silicon, and different conductors to dope the diode to get the electron to move in one direction only. So they kind of like create like a layered system of less conductive to more conductive layers. to get
Okay.
the electron to want to go in that direction because it's more conductive to the, let's say you go from left to right with less conductive layer to more conductive layer. Well,
Mm-hmm.
and you put the electron on the left side
Mm-hmm.
because it's going to see a more conductive path to the right. It's going to want to go that way
So it would be like the gradients of the material.
of continuity.
Okay, got it.
Right, exactly. The gradients of continuity.
Okay, that makes sense.
There's different very different levels of continuity. There's 0 ohms, meaning full continuity, and 1 ohm, meaning you don't have full continuity. You have 99.9, a large amount of continuity. And the more ohms, the more resistance the material presents, the less continuity it has.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. All right, thank you.
It is most of the stuff is rather fundamental, but in the beginning, it's like learning a computer for the first time. It's like we overestimate it, but it's good to overestimate things because I would say electronics, you can't underestimate electronics at some degree. It's pretty dynamic, and there's not a whole lot you can't do with electronics. I think we've proven that with our stereos and our video machines and our projectors and all the equipment we built so far. It's not a lot you can't do. As far as manipulating energy is concerned. And they're very good at using circuits to channel energy. It's amazing when you start digging into how they channel energy from let's say one 100-volt transformer, and they split off all that 100 volts, 50 different ways. They do that with PCs, like computer power supplies.
Yeah, to give it, for each
It's amazing, but
part.
it's also quite simple how they do it at the same time. They just tap onto the transformer at different points to ground to get the different voltages. Just basically one coil, one wrapping.
Like, for example, the keyboard, when you press on a certain key, that takes it, because they all have different, let's say, energy levels to identify what needs to pop up on the screen.
Let's say you put 12 volts here, plus 12 volts, and minus 12 volts. Plus it goes to minus, right? But on the way there, you're going to have, let's say 2 volt. If you tap off of here to ground or negative, because, on this side of the coil, it's all plus, because the plus is right there. But on this side of the coil, it's all negative because the negative is over there. But if you tap off of here on the coil, you're going to have, like, let's say 2 volts from here with your meter from here to here. You're going to read 2 volts. You're going to read plus 2 volts or whatever. And there's your minus. And if you tap off here, you're going to get 4 volts, for instance. And this is off of one coil. And then you also have the other way of doing it with isolating the voltage with a smaller winding next to the bigger winding wrapped around the same piece of iron. And you put 12 volts in here. And the smaller winding with less turns gives you 4 volts or whatever. But this is the isolation way. The 2 coils are not touching each other as before, where they were just tapping off one coil. And there was no isolation, but you still had multiple voltages that you can create off of one coil. It's one way of looking at it for transformers. You can isolate, or you can just tap off of one coil. At different points of that coil, there will be different potentials between the two ends of it. Let's say you gave the two ends 10 volts. In the middle of that coil should be 5 volts potential. 5 volts positive, 5 volts negative, meeting right in the middle of the coil. Which
So
gives you
the closer you get to either the positive or the negative, it flips, and then the volts will be in the negative. So let's say a little bit past the half, it will start reading negative.
well, let's say if you have a 10 volt, let's say you gave 10 volts to this coil.
Okay.
Let's do it like this, 10 volts.
All right.
Put the positive here, 10 volts, and the negative here on the coil. So, and if that's coil has a 10 volt potential now,
Okay.
in the center of the coil is the 5 volt potential.
Okay.
And the way I look at it is you have 5 volt positive, 5 volt negative.
Ah, okay. So the next
Because it's negative side and positive side.
okay, so the next loop towards the negative would be 4 volts negative.
It would be once you get over to here, it'd
Yeah.
be lesser than 5 because you're heading towards, you're further away from your
Oh, so
positive.
it will be like 6 positive, 4 negative, or would it be?
If the center point is the 5,
Yeah, and then would
and it's the further you get away from this positive potential, the lesser potential you have on the coil. Meaning that the greatest potential is right here.
so how would you read not the center one, the next one,
It's right
closer
here.
to the negative? No, not this one. The go to the other side. Yeah,
That would be negative 10 volts.
not here.
Or negative 5, sorry. Negative 5. This is confusing, right?
Yeah, like
Let me put P to P here, peak to peak.
peak to peak. Okay, so let's count the loops. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth loop for
It doesn't really matter. It's just,
okay.
The more loops you have, the more you can. How do I put this? Let's say I gave this coil 10 volts, and it's got like so many loops to make a higher voltage of 15. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe I just gave it enough turns to only give 10, because there's a limit. You have to. A 10 volt. How do I say this? A 10 volt potential came out of another coil that had a certain number of turns to provide that potential. So you have to have the coil having the turns to give you the voltage, first of all. And I took the 10 volts from another coil that had those turns.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say those turns to create those 10 volts was 20 turns. Well, here I don't have 20 turns.
Okay.
So that means I'm only going to get the 10 volts across this. But if I had 50 turns here and I put 10 volts on it, well, the voltage is going to go up, but the current's going to go down. So adding more turns increases your potential, but it also increases the resistance on the coil, because the more turns you have, the longer the coil is, and the more resistance it has.
I get it.
And when that happens, the current goes down and the voltage goes up at the same time. It's hard to say, but hard to explain. But having more turns is stepping up the voltage. Having less turns is stepping down the voltage. But having more turns increases the resistance and lowers the current.
More loops creates more pressure,
Right.
and less current. Less loop creates less pressure, but more current.
Right, because there's less resistance.
Okay.
It doesn't create more current. It just allows more current that you have available to push through it.
Okay.
The only thing that transforms is the voltage, and it does that by sacrificing current. And the coil converts. It doesn't sacrifice the current. It converts the current
into higher voltage.
Right, by means of resistance.
Okay, got it.
it resists the flow of the energy, and that builds up pressure, which is voltage. You know, if you resist the flow of energy, let's say the flow of energy is 10 miles per hour and your hand is holding 10 miles per hour. But let's say the flow of energy is 15 miles an hour and your hand is holding 10 miles an hour. Well, your hand is going to build up an extra 5 miles an hour over time of pressure. And that 5 miles an hour is going to keep adding. Well, it should just add to 5 miles more than what your 10 is, and you'll have 5 of pressure overcoming your 10.
That makes sense.
So you will have a buildup of temperature from that because it's you're resisting the pressure. 10 volts is the pressure, and the coil has ohms, and that resists the pressure. And when you resist the pressure, it generates a magnetic field through the coil, for one, and it also limits the amount of current that can pass through. It doesn't stop at all. It just allows a certain amount of current based on the resistance of the coil. As long as that coil resistance doesn't vary, the amount of current that passes through will be steady. It's assuming the voltage is steady as well. You vary the voltage, the pressure behind the current,
and the voltage goes into the capacitor, which then is used for energy, like to tap off, to use it for whatever.
The voltage will push the energy into the capacitor, build up pressure in it,
and then that is used to tap off to use it as, electricity, right?
The capacitor will store the potential and convert the potential into current by passing it through a resistance.
Okay, so it still has to have a resistance. All right.
It's so confusing even to the one who understands it to some degree. It's still confusing. But the resistance, if you had a superconductor, it has no resistance, right? So whatever, let's say you had 10 milliamps and you push it through a superconductor, on the other end is going to come out the full 10 milliamps and you're going to have no heat buildup. But if the coil is not a superconductor and it has resistance, then it's going to resist some of that 10 milliamps and only 8 will get through.
Okay.
And the other 2 will get stored in the coil as back pressure.
And that would be the flyback, right?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. And that can eventually turn into heat if you don't remove it. And you can remove it if you're pulsing. You can remove it within each pulse, which is pretty handy for preventing any heat buildup. And eliminating that back pressure each time will eliminate any heat buildup in the coil.
So where does it go?
Well, it won't. If it has somewhere to go, it will go there. But if it doesn't, it won't. So I'll show you how it won't. A scenario where it has nowhere to go, right here. A scenario where it has nowhere to go. Let's say, stop. So this is the coil that gets energized, right? And then it collapses. So you send this plus over to here. You give the plus here, minus here. And after you remove that, it collapses and inverts polarity, and that becomes a minus. That becomes a plus. And because Bedini gave it a path, it has somewhere to go. You see that?
Yes.
And it gave it the negative here. So that's the path for the negative right there. Okay. So that's how the battery gets this is how the negative of the battery can touch the negative of the flyback, and the positive of the battery can touch the positive of the flyback when it gets to the diode, and it can keep it because of the diode. It won't go back into the coil.
Okay, then what happens? We're like,
Then what happens? Well, the battery took the flyback, right?
huh?
But let's say the diode's not there. Okay,
Okay.
let's remove it. This path is not here.
Okay. So the current goes back because the diode is the thing that doesn't let it to go back, like for it to go one way.
Let's say that's not even there, right?
Okay.
And hold on, let me just. So it's not there, and then you send this positive here, gets positive, negative. Then it inverts polarity after you open, you close the gate. It gets this positive and negative. Then you open the gate, field collapses, inverts polarity. You have a positive here now and a negative here. And what happens? What happens? It has nowhere to go, right?
Yes.
So it has nowhere to go. This positive has nowhere to go. This negative has somewhere to go, but it doesn't mean anything without the positive having, this negative can go to the, well, it has nowhere to go. Yeah, because this is the positive of the run battery. So it does nothing going there. This negative here has to meet the negative of a battery, not a positive of a battery. And this positive has to meet the positive of a battery, while this negative meets the negative of the same battery for it to go into that battery. So it has nowhere to go. The flyback has nowhere to go. And the next time you close the switch here and close the transistor and allow power to flow through this coil, you're going to have a positive potential here and a negative potential here conflicting with your positive here is going to hit this negative. You see that?
All right, guys.
Yeah.
I think I completed it.
You see how that positive hits the negative and this negative from the battery hits the positive flyback?
Yeah.
That's conflicting. You don't want a positive hitting a negative and
So
a negative
does
hitting
it
a
like
positive.
positive and negative cancel out?
Yeah, and not only that, it just they reject each other.
So the negative from the
well,
first
they
coil is
attract each
actually
other
going to
because
the
they're
positive.
opposites,
Yeah.
but it's just you don't want to short out positive to negative between two sources, and flyback signal is considered a source of power. So is that battery to the right with the 9 volts.
So this is all ready to go as soon as we get a battery.
This plus 9 volts is going to hit this minus flyback high voltage. Nothing's going to happen really. It's just going to be like, actually the flyback's not going to even get canceled, Lulu, to answer your question. No, the flyback does not get canceled.
Hey,
it's
Sax.
still there because this negative is hitting a positive, and that doesn't do anything. To absorb this flyback, this plus and minus, you have to put it into a battery. You have to put it into the battery. So this plus has to go into the battery. Plus of the battery, the minus of the battery. And this
Otherwise,
minus,
it just stores the energy in the coil.
otherwise it's stuck in the coil, right? And it's going to stay there. That polarity is going to stay like that until you change it. And what does it take for you to change it? The opposite polarity. And when you have to use your opposite polarity to change this polarity, it creates more work for you. And that's where the heat comes from. So
Okay.
your plus 9 volts is going to have to overcome this negative signal and turn it into a positive, essentially. And this minus 9 volts right here is going to have to go up here and turn this positive into a minus. That's a lot of work.
With the current that's stored in the coil.
In the battery.
But when the
energy in the battery, the plus potential of the 9 volts is going to have to use up its power.
And
turn
would that be
negative
static
into a
energy?
plus.
Would that be like stored static energy?
Well, I mean, a 9 volt a plus 9 volts is not, first of all, it's not a high enough voltage to cancel out the negative here that's in the hundreds of volts probably, or the tens of volts, or like 50 or 100 volts. This could be a 100-volt negative or
Okay.
something around there, you know?
Okay. Okay.
And this is a 100-volt positive. This is flyback,
Thanks,
right?
Mike. I wanted to say thank you, Mike, for helping me with this. I really appreciate it.
Ben, show us
You got it,
what
man.
you did. Can we see it?
Yeah, so it's all ready to go. I just need the battery and then we can test it out. But that I probably won't have a battery for a while. But I don't. You probably can't tell from. You probably can't tell, but the way I have it set up is each power rail is going to be the input and output for each coil. So you have this is going to be the power rail, the input and output for coil A, the one on the left of the diagram, and then the one on the right, coil B, is going to be on this power rail. And then you can see the input and outputs for the charge and battery are these 4 wires right here. So you have the power for the battery, the negative for the battery, that's green. And then right next to it, you have the charge, the positive, and the negative for the charge battery as well. So everything's kind of organized in a way where I can easily just kind of plug it in and hopefully don't get too confused. If something's wrong, I'll have to obviously re-go over the circuit, make sure I didn't plug in anything else wrong or whatever. But it doesn't look fairly complicated. It was actually kind of easy to put together. And with Mike's guidance, you know, I got it done a lot faster.
It's not that complicated. You definitely want the diagram in front of you, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, you draw the way the current's flowing, you know, on and off and all that. That's really helpful. It helps me visualize it.
It helps you verify that what you're doing is the right path or whatever. You know?
Yeah, it helps you keep track of the current flow. And
again, that's where the plus of your capacitor is. That's
capacitor.
The long lead of the capacitor is there.
Yeah, the anode. Okay, yeah, so that
the base.
Everything looks like it's gonna be set up right, and then now we can move on to some. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we'll move on to showing some oscilloscope results and maybe playing with the tone generator on that thing, the function generator I got. See if we can get that working. But I'm excited. This is awesome. We got the Bedini schoolgirl circuit, the solid state Bedini schoolgirl circuit, all hooked up and ready to go. As soon as we get 2 9-volt batteries, we'll be in business. This is exciting.
It will run off a ceramic capacitor also.
I've got a few ceramic capacitors. I don't know what farad they are, or you know, storage capacity or whatever.
I think, you know, I don't know, maybe not, because it's attached to the trigger winding. So it's a 50 volt, so yeah.
Hey,
the
straight
capacitor I was using was a 1 microfarad 1000 volt ceramic.
Oh, so I had a question. One of my subscribers, Sax, wanted me to contact Great Scott. He's a major YouTuber. He does a lot of stuff with electronics and circuits. Yeah, and so I went on his Discord, and I might have already told you this, but I'm just letting him know. I went on his Discord and basically got laughed out of the place. But I posted.
That's horrible when people do that.
Yeah, I posted my video, and there's a section to say, like post what you if you found something, post something, and like I was like, hey guys, I got this rodent coil system. It's doing something incredible. I want you guys to check it out. Ask me questions, all that. And instead of asking me questions or even challenging me scientifically,
they're making
just
fun
said,
of your learning curve.
Yeah, they're just saying this is fake science, blah blah blah.
Oh, that kind of stuff. Yeah. You got your skeptics.
Yeah, but I mean, I left it on their Discord. I left the video on the Discord. I said the information's there if you want it. And right now, if you really, yeah. Well, I was gonna say if he wants to help, you can contact Great Scott and maybe tell him like, look, this guy's legit.
Who's saying?
What you were saying, Mike?
Who's leaving those comments?
So I went on Great Scott's Discord. One of my subscribers wanted me to contact Great Scott and let him know what the system that I built. and what's going on with it is pretty crazy. And I went on his Discord, pretty much got laughed out of the place, but I did leave the video. I was like, the information's there if you want it, like contact me. But I'm not gonna stick around for like being ridiculed.
You should tell them, if you have something better, show us.
No, they didn't. They
Look.
you know what? They don't have anything better. They just have jokes. They have logical fallacies. They didn't question me on the science at all. No science questions at all. Just just insults.
Haters.
Yeah. So I don't know. I left the information there. So, if
I'm going to show
Ben,
you a
Ben,
video right now that puts all
Ben,
those
don't let
skeptics to
people like,
shame.
yeah, don't let
Okay.
people that discourage you, because people like
Yeah.
that like to discourage people, like they're energy vampires. When they make you doubt
Yeah.
yourself, like they transfer that positive energy.
They suck your energy out.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
don't pay any attention to these people. I call them demons. I swear to God,
No,
they're
you're right. You're right. And I could be somewhat sensitive and empathic, whatever you call it.
Search. Okay.
So, but I'm excited about this Bedini circuit. I don't know, guys. This is really, I've been waiting for a long time to build phase 2, and we're finally doing it here. I'm just completely ecstatic. I'm like a kid in a candy shop waiting to use this thing.
Where do you get that whiteboard thing? They call it the breadboard.
It's a breadboard. I got there's a couple of them that come with if you get an Arduino kit, that's a pretty good starting point if you want to try to mess with circuits.
Yeah, I just want to see, like if I could get a little light bulb to turn on or something like that,
Yeah, get an Arduino Mega Kit, and that'll give you like basically all the basic components to start building some cool stuff.
Okay, can I get stuff like from like a Home Depot or a place like that, like this board, or do
I'm
I have
not sure. I think you have to order. Like I ordered mine online.
Okay, but I can't find it at a store.
I don't know. Honestly, it's been years since I've been to a Home Depot.
Okay.
I'd probably get lost in one if I went to one today.
Damn, man.
It's like one of my
Time to get busy.
places to go.
Hey, this guy's lost in aisle 5.
Hours there,
Look.
Been here for a couple hours just
watch
staring.
Watch this video. I made this a few
Mike.
years ago. I don't know how many years ago.
Let's check this
you heard
out.
of the McGrath? Have you heard of the McGrath coil?
No. Tell me about it.
It's just Bernie knows about it. It's a spiral coil. You hit it with a torch, you get it deposited with nanocarbon. And like Dr. Kesh. You never heard of that?
No.
Okay.
Well, it's called
the McGrath coil. It means magnetic gravitic.
Oh, here, let me type. No, so, it's called a what? I'm sorry. Say that again.
McGrath, MAGRAV.
Okay.
So magnetic gravitic is what it stands for. Dr. Keshi is an Iranian who was oppressed by his government. They killed his brother over because he didn't want to work for the nuclear program over there. He's a nuclear physicist. But he researches other things, alternative energy. So his coil is called the McGrath coil, the Kesh coil. Anyway, it's just a copper coil, a bare copper that you can do a sodium hydroxide bath with it to deposit the nanocarbon, or you can hit it with a flame from a blowtorch. There's a few ways. And this McGrath coil I bought from somebody over in one of the Slavic country. I think it was Croatia. Took a few months to get it, but they make them over there, and I ordered one pre-made, already, carbon deposited and everything, all the coils and the box and everything. And I still have it running today. It's running the computer that I'm streaming on right now. I'm plugged into it, and I've been plugged into this device for about, 7 years now. And I didn't take any watt readings on it since the day I got it. or like the few months that I got it. Since then, I haven't done any readings, but this video is from when I got it. And you can clearly see I used 2 different watt meters, one plugged into the wall and one plugged into the device where the load is being pulled. And then I even flipped the watt meters around to make sure.
Yeah, nothing funny with one of them, right?
Right. And you can see that here in the video. There's an extra 10 watts coming out of.
Dude, it's crazy. When you get something like that, you try everything just to disprove yourself because you can't believe what you're seeing, right? At first,
I think the extra 10 watts is, I don't know.
You had extra 10 watts? Wow,
yes, you can see it in the watt meter. Look. Watch.
Let me see this. This is crazy. Mike, you always show me some crazy shit.
Okay, so 338 watts is 39 watts. 339 watts, right?
339.
And I'm getting out 346 watts. Bing, 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 bing. Okay,
Wow.
go back to your drawing books, guys.
I like how you just. I like how it just falls over.
There it is.
I like how it just falls over. You're like, it's done.
So you're getting more than
That's a Bedini SG.
Oh, that's an SG?
Yeah, I put a fan on it.
But is that not a solid state drive?
I'm powering that with the same.
Oh, you're powering it with
the same watt meter, but
wow.
Also plugged into there. You know, it's not 340 watts coming out of that pulse motor. That's
right.
I had a power strip with my TV, my computer, everything was plugged in there. My light. So that's
cool.
Whatever.
So those meters,
my whole system, you know.
Those meters are watt meters. They calculate the watts for you, or is
yeah. And I flipped the 2 meters around to make sure that 10 watts was real.
Right.
And
that's so cool. No, that's awesome, Mike. That's really cool.
I should have done it on video like that, but
maybe you're getting those extra watts by the fan.
345. That's the output. That's to my TV and everything, right? After the that's the device. In there are the cache coils, and this is from the wall. I'm pulling 330 whatever watts, 10 watts less. I'm pulling from the wall, and I'm pulling an extra 10 watts to my devices. And you can do that with 2 meters.
So you're getting a net gain of almost 10 watts.
10 watts, right? And that's when I first got the device. They say that if you run it for a while, it builds up more nanocarbon and gets even better with the extra whatever.
So running it, and that's an interesting theory because that leads credence that maybe we are seeing some kind of residual effect with like microscopic plasmoids, which have the ability to embed themselves in the systems that they run in, you know. And the longer that the longer the systems are running, the more you have embedded in the system, the better.
Well, the nanocarbon has something to do with it.
Yeah, I think it's all related. Honestly, I think it's all related in some way.
What if the turning of the fan is creating, you know, it's pulling from the ether the watts?
Yeah.
Repeat this process.
Oh, you actually got an email for me. Oh, thank you.
But what you
I
really
wasn't
wanna do
able
is
to
you wanna
find
go as
that.
fast
I'm
as you
sorry,
can.
but I'll email him definitely tonight. Thank you for that.
What'd you say?
I was saying, like, what if those extra watts are coming from the fan's rotation? Like,
No, it's not that, because I was just running the fan for kicks. It still does it without the pulse motor running.
Okay.
It's just the coils in there have all that nanocarbon coating on them, and the hot leg from the wall goes through the coil and all that nanocarbon, all that, you know, so the electrons from the wall are going through the coil, and that nanocarbon is being stimulated because it's on that same, it's deposited on the same coil that the electrons are flowing through. And I think the nanocarbon is being stimulated to, you know, capture the radiant energy of the environment, which is not, you know,
so it's pulling it from the ether.
Not unheard of, you know.
Yeah, it's pulling it from the ether.
It could be temperature or related, or I don't know, but it's you've seen the extra 10 watts there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't open up that meter and do any of my fantastic electronics work on it. I'm telling you, that's
okay. So from the wall, was it 10 or 13? Because I think I read like the difference was 13 watts, not 10, right?
It was like 10 watts. I remember.
Because the first 30,
I got an average of extra 10 watts.
Well, the first from the wall.
What I'm
30
saying is the meter that was reading the load to all my TV and my stereo and everything, that was reading 340 watts, let's say. And the meter that was sending power from the wall to the meter that was sending power to my devices
Mhm.
was reading 10 watts less.
I
So I
think
was actually using
I,
10
I
more watts than the wall
actually,
was offering.
actually I think it was the one from the wall. It said the last two digits was 33, and the
Right.
one that was it was giving, it was reading 46. So from 33 to 46, that's 13 watts, not 10.
13 watts. Yeah. It's like, I
13.
just say 10, to keep it.
Yeah, but it's actually 13.
Now that's the reading going to my devices. So
Huh?
that's after the device, after the cache coil, not before, after. And this other meter is before the cache coil.
Okay, so read that one. That one says, I can't see that anymore. I think it said 43.
I get close up to it. 338,
338.
339
Okay.
bounces around there.
Yeah,
That's
so
the pulse motor doing that bounce, I think.
yeah. So about like 8 to 10. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I was pretty flabbergasted when I saw that. I didn't expect that. It's not like a huge amount, but it's definitely something. Which doesn't make
Dude,
sense
Mike,
because
like
I
I
don't have
said,
any
when you
capacitors going on there.
Yeah, when you have something like that you just can't explain at first, you've never seen it before, or it's just you like for me, like I tried everything. I switched the multimeters. I tried, okay, this is, maybe this is happening. Maybe it's a mistake or the multimeter screwing up, but no, like it's, you're seeing what you're seeing. It's just, sometimes it's hard to believe it, That's all.
Yeah,
It's one of those
well,
surreal moments.
I stopped thinking about it. I just at the time I just figured it must be the carbon reacting with the electron flow through the wire in combination, creating some kind of reception to the outside environment in terms
It's
of
just-
energy.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments that it's hard to wrap your head around at first. You're like, what am I seeing here? Am I seeing what I think I
Very cool.
You still want to share that screen, Ben? You got a share screen up there.
No, I don't need this anymore because I completed the circuit. So let's stop that. I'm gonna take a quick break and then I'm gonna come back with some doing the messing with the function generator.
Gotcha. Anybody wants to present, feel free to hop on. I'll be right back, Lulu.
Awesome. Thanks, Sax. I really appreciate your support, buddy. You have a good night, friend. Thanks for the support, guys. Paradise says, keep rocking, guys. You rock. No, you rock, Paradise. You guys rock. You guys are the best audience ever. All right, what I'm doing now is I'm just getting ready to set up, and I'm just going to junction in the power supply to the rodent coil input, junction it to the tone generator, and see if that works. Just, straight up raw dog it. You're absolutely right, Vic. With the introduction of free energy devices, we are moving towards a more freer and open society. Leveling the playing field, as it were. Mike, do you think this is going to work? Me just junctioning this tone generator to the power supply? I hope it does.
What's that, Ben?
So what I'm doing is I'm just doing a simple junction with the tone generator junction to the power supply and the rodent coil input.
Okay. The tone
So I'm not
junction
using an
from the
amp or
power
anything.
supply. Say that one more
Yeah,
time.
I'm just junctioning the tone generator, the function generator, to the power supply, and then
Right.
putting that to the rodent coil input. You think that's going to work and replicate like a clean signal?
You have a relay, right?
No. What's a relay?
That little device you had was the switching
Oh, the
device.
trigger circuit?
The
I
switch,
can
yeah.
hook that up.
Okay, that switch goes to the positive of the coil you want to pulse. And you can jump the negative.
So I put the tone generator. I put the tone generator into the trigger circuit where the PWM would go normally.
Right. You trigger the switch
Oh.
with the PWM. You use the PWM to trigger the switch, and the switch sends the power to the coil.
So I can't just junction it. You think it'll be a dirty
Junction
signal that
what?
way?
Junction what specifically? The PWM?
Okay, so yeah, so I'm just junctioning off the coil to the tone generator and the power supply. So I got the power supply going to the coil.
When you
but
say
then
tone
the
generator, are you referring to the PWM?
the function generator right
The
here.
function generator. Right, that
Yeah, and that's
controls
just
all that does is control the switch frequency.
right, but that's just clamped in to the power before it enters the coil.
Which function generator is this one?
This is the oscilloscope that I bought, the function generator oscilloscope combo.
Yeah, that makes a signal that will then trigger that switch you have at any speed you
But
want.
without the switch though, just junctioning it, will it work?
Junction the oscilloscope with what? The coil?
Yeah.
No,
To the power supply.
No, you don't want to use the oscilloscope as a switch. You use it as a signal generator. The signal triggers the switch. The switch handles the amps and the voltage, not the signal generator. The signal generator just triggers the switch.
Okay, so the trigger circuit is necessary
The trigger
to
circuit is
replicate
the oscilloscope.
what's going on in the stereo amp. Okay.
The trigger signal is your function generator. That's your trigger signal. That signal, you send that signal that it creates, you send it to the switch.
What I'm asking is what's going to happen if I start it up now? It's not going to work, right?
No,
or is it going to blow
you have
up?
to send, you might damage the oscilloscope. You have to send the signal out of the oscilloscope into that switch you have.
Okay, so I need to hook up the trigger circuit. Okay.
Yeah. And the oscilloscope,
that's why I'm asking you.
Right. The oscilloscope will run that switch at whatever frequency you put the oscilloscope at. And yeah, and the switch will run the power. You don't want the
junction, so I'm going to take
you don't want the switch is a high, the switch can handle the amps and the voltage. The oscilloscope doesn't have a switch. It just generates a signal to So what do you have, a plus and a minus out of your oscilloscope or the function generator?
Yes. So I'm hooking that up
that
to
goes to the switch.
To the switch right now, the PWM outlet of the switch.
Yeah, you send that plus and minus out of the function generator to that switch, plus and minus input of the switch, and then you use that switch to power the coil. You can jump one end of the coil to the power supply and switch the other, which is how most people do it. That's how it's done usually. Yeah, don't use the function generator as a switch. Just use it as a signal, the signal that controls the switch, the speed of the switch, the switching speed, on and off speed. That switch, all it's doing is it's turning on and off. It's just making continuity and removing continuity between the positive from the supply to the coil at a high speed, creating your pulse. And the signal generator will, regulate that switch with a square wave or a sine wave or a sawtooth wave. And the switch will behave in the fashion of the wave signal that is sent to it. It'll like let's say the square wave has a long duty cycle, the switch will stay on for a long time. If it's a short square wave, the switch will just go on and off quickly. Yeah, well, you're on the right track, Ben. You seem to be catching on to what's going on here, because you're asking the right questions.
At least I'm asking the right questions. That's all I care about.
You're asking the questions that matter. The one you just asked is a very good question, because it's an indicator that you already kind of knew that. that was the case.
Right. So
Yeah,
I'm
always use the signal generator to, you can buy all kinds of switches from 10 amps to 100 amps. The higher amp switches, they have a lower switching speed because they're higher amp. They can handle more amps, but they don't have the capacity to move as fast because they have more mass or matter, or they got more steel on them or whatever. Contacts are bigger.
All right. It's time to pray, Mike.
What are you doing here? The solid state? I thought you were doing the. You already got that running, or thought you were gonna do that later?
No, I'm gonna try it. I'm
Ben
not
got
sure if it's working or not. Let me see.
Ben followed the white rabbit.
Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. Woo!
What do you got there?
I can't see the waveform yet, but the power outlet is amazing. We're only putting less than 3 volts into this thing, and it's spinning like really fast.
You did the solid state, Bidini?
No, just the trigger circuit and
Oh, okay.
1,000 hertz
The
square wave.
PWM with a battery,
No
or the power
battery.
supply? The power
Just
supply.
The power supply.
And the switch and the function generator, right? Yeah, there you go.
I can't see the waveform though. I need to.
Well, that's because the coil is absorbing it. The coil is taking it all.
Yeah,
You have to.
I need to see the waveform though.
You have to get the waveform on the output of the coil. Do you have a load on the coil? Do you have something?
I'm trying to see the waveform.
What's connected to? Do
There's
you have
gotta
something
be
connected? A light? Is there a light connected to the coil? If there's a load on the coil, when you remove it, you should see the waveform. But it might damage the. Well, it's a switch. It's not a transistor switch. Is it a transistor switch or is it a relay switch? The switch you have.
It's a trigger switch.
I know, but is it? Does it sound like a relay? Can you hear it moving in there? In the switch, can you hear movement?
I don't know. I have my headphones in.
What I'm saying is, it could be a transistor switch, like a.
I'm not sure. I'll send you the circuit that it's one that Nathan recommended I bought on Amazon.
So that's probably
I just know that it works.
A MOSFET switch or something.
They're
high amps.
Here, let me hook up the oscilloscope. Or not the oscilloscope, the multimeter, because I can't get the oscilloscope to work while the function generator. I don't know how to do it.
Right. So now that you got it running with the power supply, the signal generator, and the switch, you can always add the stereo signal of any tone you want to add to create a bitonal input to the coil. But you're still going to run the risk of flyback going into your stereo. You're going to have to work out some kind of protective circuit, because the only way to stop the flyback from going back into the stereo is to absorb it with a load. Maybe you could put a neon across the plus and minus of the stereo output, and if it lights up, that means flyback was trying to go into your stereo.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
that's a really good idea, Mike. That's simple and easy. I like it.
You really got to turn my brain off somehow with these things. But yeah, no, that's a good one. Yeah, put the diode, the neon, the high voltage neon, or a diode, right? Wait, Stephen, we already tried the diode and it still blew out his stereo. He put a high voltage diode to protect it. Ben, you might also need to put the 2 diodes, one on the positive out and one on the negative side, also facing the other way.
Because still getting a little bit of loss. Hold on. Yeah.
The diode will create the voltage drop, but not enough to stop the system. Yeah, you could put a high voltage neon bulb across the plus and minus of the stereo speaker output, and that should absorb any flyback that comes back to the stereo from your coil, and it will light up when it does as an indicator. At which point, then from there, you can figure out how to divert that with a battery placed next to the speaker output of your stereo, like a small battery to capture that flyback so it doesn't go into your stereo. And that might work. You still have to either dump it to ground or dump it to a load. There's no way to get that flyback out of your way without dumping it to the ground, earth, or dumping it to a battery or to some load or something. If you don't do that, just using components is probably not going to be enough to protect your devices. Well done, Ben.
Yeah. No, thank you. Sorry, I'm just trying to. So I got it working, but it's still showing a little bit of loss. So I want to try to tune it and tweak it, see if we can get it. Maybe it's some kind of setting,
Well, the frequency matters.
So the frequency looks to be correct. I think I just have to maybe put it on full wave. Let me see.
Well, hold on. You could put a resistor on that switch, on the positive going into the switch. You can limit the current. You have resistors, right?
Yes.
Right now, the coil's 8 ohms. How much voltage are you giving it?
Step wave. So hold on. What? 2.4 volts, and maybe four to a half an amp, 40 to 40 milliamps to half an amp, or 400 milliamps, something like that.
If you add a resistor in series with the plus terminal of that switch going into the coil, you know what I'm talking about? You know your switch device, it goes plus into the coil, that line there. If you add a resistor there, you can limit the current and then you can turn up your voltage on the source. And then send more voltage into the coil with less current. You see?
Right.
What I'm saying is by adding a resistor in series to the plus input of your coil that you're driving, you want to put it before the switch or after. It doesn't matter. I think before is better, but put it before the switch. You don't have to put it on the plus and the minus. Just put it on the plus side in series with the plus line going into the coil. Put like a 20 ohms, and then you could turn the voltage up more without running more current into the coil. And you can run it at a higher voltage while keeping the current down. Because it's an 8 ohm coil. And, you can increase the ohms on your coil by adding a resistor to it. And then you can turn the voltage up. You see? And when you turn the voltage up, you have more EMF going on hitting the magnet. It's a lot more impactful. And you can safely turn the voltage up without using too much current that way. So try to find like a 10 or a 20 ohm resistor and add it in series with the positive line going into that switch device. The switch that controls the plus from your power supply to the switch, right in the between there, you put the resistor. So like your power supply has a plus output, just hook the resistor up right there. You hear me? Ben's in the rabbit hole there. He's gone. Yeah.
Oh, I hear you. I'm sorry. I'm just trying.
It's all good. I'm just trying to keep you from getting too deep in the rabbit hole there. I remember when I was in your state of consciousness, as you are now. I had to get out of it because I would never. It's just like, whoa. I was doing it for like a while, lab stuff, you know.
It's interesting. I'm not getting that. I guess I'm not getting the right waveform. How do I view that though? How do I don't
Then
know
I have
how to view it.
the quick thing you can do is find a 10 or a 20 ohm resistor and tie it to the plus output of your power supply and hook everything back up the way it was. And turn the voltage up a little. You can turn the voltage up when you add resistance. And you limit your current while enabling you to still have a higher voltage potential behind the line.
Reverse step wave. Noise wave. Index up.
If you want to turn the voltage up,
Lorentz wave.
Lorentz wave, your function generator makes a Lorentz wave?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't even
That's
know what that
cool,
looks
right?
like, but I've heard of it. I don't
So
know.
here, I'll show you. Let's go down to the Lorentz wave. Here, let me turn this off real quick. I'll show you. That is the Lorentz wave. Pretty cool, huh?
It
Who
looks
knows,
like
it might be useful for
a
something.
like a sawtooth wave, kind of.
Yeah, almost. Just or like the
Like a
transient
curved,
spike.
like a more curvy sawtooth wave.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that transient spike we see. Like, getting a lot of loss. You know what?
That's what I'm saying, Ben. You're getting lost because you don't have a current limiter. Find a 10 or a 20 ohm resistor, connect it to the output plus output of your power supply, and hook everything back up.
Oh, wait. You said 10 or 20 ohm resistor and connect it to the output of the power supply?
The plus side only. You have a plus and a minus output.
Before the trigger circuit?
Yeah, right at the power supply, you have a red and a black. Hook it to the red.
Yeah. So hook a 10K ohm resistor to the red of the power supply.
Not 10K, that's too much. 10 ohm, 20 ohm.
10 ohm. I don't know if I have a 10 ohm. Let me see.
Do you have a potentiometer? You can hook it up there also and vary it. Maybe a 1K potentiometer.
So that would be before the trigger circuit, right?
Right at the power supply at the red terminal, you want to put a wire there and solder it to a potentiometer. And then
that goes to the trigger circuit.
Right, to everything else the way you have it now.
Okay, let me see if I have a resistor. Steven says, good job, Ben. Thank you, Steven. Appreciate it. Just looking for the resistor now.
Let me know when you're ready, Ben.
Well, first I'm gonna dance.
I have these Russian potentiometers. They're like big green ones, high wattage, 10 watts, 10, 20 watters. They're not that sensitive, but they won't burn out as easy with a flyback.
Ooh, Mike, I think we found it. 10K ohm resistors.
10K?
I'm sorry, 10 ohm.
10 ohm. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
You get a few of them because you could put a few in series. If you might need more than 10 ohms, because you want to turn off your voltage without using more current. You need
Should I look for a 20 ohm?
Well, start with a 10. Put 10 on there, and start turning your voltage up slowly after you do it. See what happens.
Okay. Before the trigger circuit, huh?
Yeah, right at the power supply, so that you don't draw too much current out of the power supply.
Oh, maybe it's sucking too much in first.
Maybe you're overrunning the power supply. I don't know. If you said you're not getting efficiency, well, that could be because you're pulling too much power out of the power supply.
Yeah, see, this is something I didn't even know to consider, so thank you. Let me try it.
Good
Like
job.
there's go ahead, Lou. Like there's a good tuning point between how much power the power supply likes to give out at what voltage. So when you add resistance, you can help the power supply, reach its peak performance with the coil that you have. The load the load. The coil is the load. It's the load is like a device or a motor or a light bulb or anything that uses power is considered a load. That would be the coil.
You guys know how to break down.
You're choppy.
I said
Your
you
audio.
know how to break down. I'm looking at the background of the video.
Yeah, these guys are good. They're called the Mad Monkeys, I think, something like that. They're like a specific group of breakdancers. The first time I've ever seen anybody do this kind of stuff. Breakdancing anyway, the way they collaborate.
Yeah.
It gets better in a little bit. Like they all start doing all these moves together and stuff.
They're good.
Wow, I would have pulled 20 joints by now. I used to do that when I was a kid. What's it called? The spirals. The scissor twist. You could also hook the resistor up to the breadboard right where they before the power goes into the coil if you want.
I'm just gonna plug the other end of the resistor right into the trigger circuit.
You can do that too. There, you can put it pretty much anywhere in the circuit. You want to put it before the coil though.
But pretty much anywhere in the circuit before the as long as it's before the coil. Got it.
Closer to the power supply, I think, is probably better.
Is better.
Yeah.
That makes sense because it would probably reduce all the noise right at the source, right?
Yeah, you can look at it like that. And the heat too that the resistor makes. And here's where they collaborate.
It's done. I'm just gonna put electric tape over it so I don't accidentally touch it.
What, the transistor collector?
Oh, there's this little clip that I have that's made out of metal that I use to clip the resistor to the power supply.
Okay. Pretty much the only thing you got to worry about is the collector touching that thing.
Safety first. so it's turning on. But it seems like it made it worse, so we maybe have to go down
No.
a little
Turn
bit.
up the voltage. Turn up the voltage. You got the resistor on there, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying the loss. The loss got a little bit worse.
Hmm.
So, oh shit. Woo, we're smoking.
Yeah, the resistor burned, so it's not enough resistance. Wait, well, that's a 1 watt or a half a watt resistor.
No, I think it's too much because the loss
Hold
got
on,
worse.
Slow down. The resistor is a 1 watt resistor, right? Or a half a watt, quarter watt even. It's one of them small ones, right?
I don't know. It just says 10 ohm.
Okay, so it's a quarter watt resistor. It can't handle the wattage. So what you do is you take. You ready? Are you listening?
Mm-hmm.
You take. You're still going to have 10 ohms. But you're going to have more capacity to pass current through the 10 ohms when you take 10 of those. Let's say take 5 of those same resistors and twist them the ends together so you have them in parallel, and then you have a 10 ohm resistor that can handle more wattage, because you don't have a high wattage resistor. If you have like a higher wattage resistor, then you can use that. But what I do when
I'm trying to say is it doesn't matter what the power input. If it's getting lost like that, there's something's wrong.
Ben, you're not understanding me. You have a quarter watt resistor. It can't handle the wattage you're putting through it, so it burned out. It's not rated for the wattage. So you put more than one resistor together in parallel to increase your power capacity.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, I think the resistor is a good idea for protection, but I don't think it's the cause of the loss, though.
You're getting discouraged because you saw flames.
Well,
don't get
the only reason I say that is
because that's what happens.
We should see an increase on the output regardless of the the input. And
the
like
resistor
if we're in resonance, at least.
The resistor's a quarter watt resistor. It's not going to perform. It's not enough wattage. It's going to burn out right away and not do anything. So you're not going to see anything.
I think we have the wrong waveform personally, but I mean, you could be right too. I
already know I'm right
without being able to monitor the oscilloscope at the same time. I don't think.
Just take.
I didn't know we couldn't.
Take 4 of them.
When I bought this thing.
Take 4 of those same 10 ohm resistors and wrap them together so they're all in parallel, and you have 2 ends. And now use that, and you have a 10 ohm resistor. Instead of a quarter watt, it can now handle 1.5 watts or something, and it won't burn up. It won't burn out. So if you don't have like a high wattage resistor, you can do that. You can take a bunch of the low wattage resistors, twist them together in parallel to get your wattage up while keeping your ohmage. And you can still read the ohms across there. It should be around about 10, maybe a little less than 10.
Yeah, I'm also going to try, this is the closed circuit method. I'm also going to try the open circuit method in a second as well. So here I'll show you.
The closed circuit is why you're not getting a signal, because the closed circuit has a load. If you have the open circuit, you'll see the signal.
Okay. Yeah, see, I thought that might be why. So we're going to try the open circuit, the Nunez method in a minute.
Maximize that. What do you got there?
So this is the open circuit method, the Nunez method.
Let me see the bottom.
The bottom. So those are the 2 coils.
Yeah.
For channel A, channel B in the same coil.
The open circuit is a capacitor.
That's supposed to be a high voltage. I think it's like 2000 volt capacitor I got. It's a big boy. I have one.
Right. That'll create the signal.
Mm-hmm. I just don't have a load big enough to justify putting it on.
Right. But you'll still have the any load will work, I think. You don't have to be a light. It could be a resistor there also. Or a thick coil, another coil. But you still need to make sure that coil doesn't feed back into your first coil. So.
Right. make sure nothing blows up.
Yeah, your resistor's a quarter watt. I know they're those
Fire
they're the little
extinguisher right
tiny
here.
ones, right? The resistor you got, they're the little tiny ones. If they're those, that's the quarter watt. That's not going to handle the current you're putting through here. It's going to burn up right away. So that's
So
to be expected. So
Shan Jax asked, "Is it solid state SG?" No. So I'm not actually using the Bedini circuit I just built yet. We don't have a 12-volt battery system to utilize that with at the moment, but it is ready to go. The circuit's ready to go. I can show you. Thanks to the help of Mike. Mike does. I really appreciate your help with that, Mike. We got that built, and I have to say,
Saturdays are the best.
I was a little intimidated, but it doesn't look, it doesn't look too complicated. It's hard to see it here. I'll show you later in the better light, but that's it. It's ready to go. Yeah, let's try that open circuit method and see what happens. We're gonna have to try a little bit higher.
You still want to be able to turn your voltage up, and you can't do that until you add resistance to that coil. Otherwise, you're going to use too much current.
I should still be able to see what I need to see with just the lights being on a little bit. That's fine. I don't want to put too much power into it. I'm hesitant to put too much power into it right now.
Come to think of it, the light actually adds the resistance also. So
yeah, they are resistors, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. The load, any load would be a form of resistance. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And keep in mind, there is already a 2K ohm resistor connected to those three lights, those three LED lights.
That's probably why it runs better. Maybe it does need more than 10 ohms. I'm not on site, so I can't really tell.
Yeah, maybe it needs more. Yeah, who knows? Well, we'll try this real quick, and then we'll go from there.
Coil. See, I was pushing 12 volts through 15 ohm coil, and it would consume about a little over a quarter amp. So if you have half that resistance, you're going to get more than a quarter amp for sure going through. I think I had an 18 ohm coil pushing 12 volts through it, was getting me consumption of about 300 milliamps, or a little over a quarter amp. And if you have an 8 ohm coil with the same 12 volts, you're going to be pushing, I think, not double, but more than that. So 1 amp, close to 1 amp, which would be 12 watts. Still not a whole lot of power, but things will burn up on low voltage if they're not rated to handle the wattage, like resistors. And you're pushing more than a watt, so at least more than a watt. So a quarter watt resistor is going to burn up. You need to increase that quarter watt resistor to something over 1 watt by putting more than one in parallel, and that will do that.
find my way back to you until you make amends with the demons you've been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home. Come on. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
Do it!
Do it! All of it! Do it! Come on! Do it now! That was the best. Until you find your way back home. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown.
Oh, these cookies! Put that cookie down! Now!
Until you find your way back home.
Mike, I think I tried the trigger circuit. It's not turning on. It's not getting any amperage, so there's appears to be no draw, no light coming on or nothing. Do you think I accidentally set the frequency too high? Could that have blown the trigger circuit? The signal generators, it goes up to 1 megahertz. Other than that, I was spinning pretty good.
Oh, sorry, my
the-
mic was muted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, that's too high a frequency. You won't even have motion. You won't detect motion. It'll be
I know, but it
vibrating,
won't
but
turn
you
on
won't.
at all now. Do you think the high frequency could have blown it alone?
No. Like I said, that high frequency, you can't even detect motion. It's too high. You don't hear nothing. You don't see nothing. It's a high frequency. Slow it
Yeah,
down.
something happened to the trigger circuit though. It's not turning on.
No. You won't. The trigger circuit can't run at 1 megahertz. I'm pretty sure of it.
No, it
That-
won't turn on at all now.
Yes, turn down the frequency. It's too high.
I did turn it down.
To what?
What it was set at 1,000 hertz.
Did it run at that before?
Yeah.
And you have the signal plus and minus going to the switch?
Yeah, it was running. No, it's not running anymore. Something happened to the trigger circuit, I think. I should have probably kept the resistor on there, honestly.
It's. Can you show me the trigger circuit? Can I see it? It's that blue thing, right?
Yeah. You know, if the multimeter is set up wrong to read this spike, if it
You got
is
a light?
spiking, I just can't read it because the fan was spinning pretty good. But if it's
I can't
spiking and
see.
I can't
It's too
read it, then
dark. You got a light? Turn the light on.
can I put the light on? Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah, those are transistor switches, right? That's not a relay. That's gonna blow easier, right? You need a relay
Try
switch.
blue.
Yeah, a relay switch won't blow on you, man.
So yeah, if you have something that
It,
I could use, yeah,
a
just send it
relay
to me.
switch, I have a one that's like 12. I think it's $12. It does 20 kilohertz. If you need to go faster than that, it won't be able to, but it won't blow on you like a transistor. I'll tell you that much.
I think 20 kilohertz is the limit that I'm trying to do, thankfully. Yeah, but
Yeah, that's a MOSFET. That shouldn't. Yeah, they could still blow though. Yeah,
but do you think there's like maybe
check the
back
power?
EMF we're
Always
not
look,
seeing?
Ben. Always check for power. Make sure that switch is getting power with your voltmeter. If it's that's the first thing you do when you ever have an issue is make sure that the thing is getting power. It's like the cardinal rule. So make sure that switch is getting voltage, good voltage, connection or whatever.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, the multimeter's not reading anything.
Yeah, you probably have a loose connection or it's not actually connected to the power supply. Check the power output of the power supply. Make sure you got voltage there. Start with the power supply. It could be reset. You may have to reset the power supply. It probably tripped. That's why I say batteries, man. If it's a standard lab power supply, they have a protector on there that turns it off, kind of thing. All these devices that are in the alternative energy, most of them are generating flyback, and they're designed to harness that, not throw it out, and that can run into trouble with a
Draw on anything. I think I blew the trigger circuit somehow.
Is it a normally open switch on the trigger circuit? Or you have both, normally closed and normally open?
So the trigger circuit is hooked up like it normally is. The only difference is I have the open circuit method with the coil, meaning that there could potentially be a lot more resonance and back EMF. And if I'm not reading it correctly, if the multimeter is hooked up wrong for me to read it correctly, it's reading loss when it's actually, spiking a lot. It could have blown it up, right?
Yeah. Well, are you getting the voltage to the trigger, to the switch? You're switching with 5 volts or whatever, right? Are you getting that 5 volts over there? You seeing the 5 volts at the switch side?
No. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything input to the power's outputting from the power supply, but I'm not getting any kind of reading
So the
from the
power
trigger
goes from
circuit.
the power supply to the switch, and the signal generator should be powered by its own power supply.
Yeah, that has a battery in it, so the signal generator's okay, thankfully.
Right, and so you just send that signal to the switch to trigger that switch. And you don't need the power supply to trigger that switch unless the switch is powered. I don't think it is. Maybe it should be powered. I don't know. I got to get the model number of that switch you're working with. Do you have the model number of it?
Yes, it is on my computer. So since I don't have another trigger circuit, we can't do anything more with that. Let's take a look at the H waveform real quick again before I end the lab here and go back to the workstation and plot out our next maneuver.
Let me look up that trigger switch you have.
that circuit won't work, or will it work with the neodymium magnet, the sphere one?
I didn't even get to test it out. Honestly, that was the next test, is to see if it would generate the magnetic electromagnetic field. You know, it's hard to say, but I mean, I have no reason to believe it won't. The thing is, this tone generator, the function generator, only it doesn't go in like tenth of a hertz increments, right? It only goes into one hertz increments. So I need to set it to 7.83 hertz exactly. In order to do that, I need like some kind of potentiometer to tune into that, or honestly, maybe just calculate the resistance and get the precise, components like resistor.
I mean, Ben, how many? I don't know. You're talking about the oscilloscope that you're using. That you're using that as your signal generator, right? Okay.
Yeah. Well, right now we can't use it anymore. Right now we're just going to use it as an oscilloscope. But yeah, before.
Just use the oscilloscope. That's a good idea. Use the oscilloscope just as an oscilloscope, but use that pulse width modulator that you bought with the knob on it. That is easier to do this with.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have another trigger circuit, so I can't do that.
Well, you could use the PWM you got.
Without the trigger circuit? That's already hooked up
to
the trigger circuit.
Replaces the signal. That is a signal generator, the PWM. It's the same
thing.
Right,
but I don't need the trigger circuit? I thought I needed a trigger circuit on that.
No, you need that switch, right. You're saying the switch burned out. It's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible. Send me the model number of that switch. I could tell you more for sure on that.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll send it over to you.
You have to divert the back EMF from the coil away from that switch also, which is, because that switch is feeding the coil the energy at the positive side. So the negative side of that switch is going to receive positive flyback. Right there, you can do what Bedini does and put a high voltage diode, divert it to a load so it doesn't go back into the switch like a battery.
Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown.
Oh, these cookies! Put that cookie down! Now!
Until you find your way back home. Don't let me drown. I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home.
Let's play.
Then
Yes.
You see the screen? So that's your coil there, the one that you're charging with the pulse.
Yep. Give me 1 second. I'll take a look at it in 1 minute.
Where is that?
We're free, bound only by frozen memories. Lost in time, racing on these broken
That looks like a good signal there. Seems to be working.
Yeah, you see the difference? That's 60 hertz. That's out of resonance. And then I change it to 800 immediately.
What? What happened?
Back to 60. Back to 800.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm done. I had my fun. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be here all week. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh.
So you probably, I don't know the model number, but that looks like it's transistor driven, that switch. Which you can do it with transistors or you can do it with a relay. But the this is your coil that you're going to be energizing, and the flyback's going to come out here.
So Shanjax asked what frequencies were tried. I was trying the resonance frequency range of about 800 to 1000 hertz for the coil. Traditionally, using the stereo amp, that gives us, as you can see, a perfect H waveform, which actually increases the output more than the input. And that's using a closed circuit method. The open circuit method does work. I haven't fine-tuned that yet, though. I don't think this coil is built for the open circuit method at the moment. I haven't really found the good frequency for the open circuit method, but it does work in outputting a lot of power. The efficiency, however, I don't know what it's at the moment. But yeah, if we can replicate that waveform, then we can definitely utilize that efficiencies in something practical like this. Let's see. So what is this right here, Mike?
Well, this just shows you how to divert the flyback away from the switch that possibly burned out today, or the stereo, or anything that keeps burning out, a transistor, whatever. That's all flyback doing that. So the circled plus and minus is the energy that you give the coil, right? And
Right.
then the plus and minus that's not circled is the flyback. And this just shows you how to divert it away from the coil within each pulse of the switch.
Oh, also regarding
that.
those frequencies,
That's
I
your switch
was
right there. That's the switch that burned out today. That's what that's doing in the circuit.
I
It's
was
pulsing
showing
on and off.
the waveform at 60 hertz that comes out of the wall compared to in resonance at like 800, and you can see the difference in power, raw power.
You have more signals at 800.
It's so crazy because well, the higher the frequency, the more the voltage is pushed, right?
Stable.
So the more power you have to increase
Stable.
in order to get that more output, right?
I mean, the more higher the frequency, the more peaks you have, and the more stable the voltage becomes because you keep the peak up there.
It's like, yeah, what I've noticed with the coil, the higher the frequency, the more I have to put the gain up in order for it to actually get the usable power. It's very
right.
It's like it's compressing it, the more you put the frequency up.
I mean, this is a low frequency spike. Or whatever. Let's say it's a H wave. I can't draw for crap. And then you have a high frequency, same signal but at a higher frequency. And the signals are closer together, right? And in that way, within the same time frame you have here and here, you have more peaks of the same voltage.
Right.
And that stabilizes the voltage, for one, the potential keeps it more present. At the top, you only have 2 points of voltage showing, 1 and 2. That's not a lot of presence of the signal of that voltage, but here you have 4 within the same 1 second time frame. It's the same. You have the same gap here, same distance, pretty much. That's one way of looking at it. Higher frequency is more stable system.
Turn that off.
Lower frequency leaves space in between the signals, and voltage can drop in between those 2 spaces, and the coil can lose its potential. I don't know, it's different because you kind of want, with the flyback, you want the coil to lose its potential, so that's why you want to switch as fast as possible. Not necessarily a high frequency, but you want the contact to be made at a very short period of time, as minimal as possible. Like your duty cycle would be 1% instead of 50%. Yeah, but this one here just shows how to divert the flyback away from the coil, so you don't. So if it does come back to your stereo or your switch or anything that's hitting, it'll go to the battery instead, because the battery will present less of a impedance for for the flyback. It'll be a load, a place for it to go. It's either that or the ground. And the switch that, if it did burn out, I don't think it has a ground. If it does, then you could hook it up to ground, and that way, if it does fly back, it'll go through that ground connection instead of burning out the switch. But I prefer relays for that reason. I'm so tired of
My
burning
power
out
supply has a
transistors.
green outlet. That's the ground, right?
Yeah, that's the green. That's why the power supply didn't burn out, because it's grounding out the flyback every time it comes back to it. It sends it to ground, so it doesn't burn out any, relays or not relays, but transistors or any microcircuitry inside the power supply will get affected by that flyback. And if you see the LED reading on your power supply start to act weird, you can pretty much assume that the flyback got in there and hit the microcircuitry of that LED or something. But the overall transformer in that power supply providing the power will probably still work. It's not going to be a problem. But any transistors, yeah, you can expect them to blow. So that switch, that if it did blow and it is transistors, that's probably why. But if that switch that you're using has a ground connection, you can, hook that up to prevent the surge. It's surge power is what it is, the flyback. It's technically surge power. It's I just hooked the ground up and it won't blow the switch. If you're using a transistor as a switch, it may be more convenient for you to use a relay instead, because you can't blow out a relay. I mean, for me, I don't plan on using transistors with flyback unless I'm going to build something that's going to be, protected fully from the flyback. I'm just so fed up with damaged transistors. It's just over and over again. If you disconnect that battery from the only system that never gave me a problem dealing with, the flyback is is when I had the battery, the Bedini system running with the battery, the charge battery hooked up. As soon as I disconnect the charge battery, I start to worry, put it that way. Because that charge battery is there acting like earth ground for all this flyback events that are happening within the pulse circuit. And it's not just acting like earth ground, it's actually charging up with that stuff. It's not sending it to ground. It's simulating the ground.
Mm-hmm. And if you listen to the plasmoid theory, and if it is something to do with plasmoids on a microscopic scale, this back EMF is, if it's the same phenomenon, plasmoids, they go to Mother Earth, they go to ground, they're attracted to it, so it's just something to think about.
Sounds like it. All this extra high potential, it has to get absorbed by matter,
Yeah, right. Equalize. It has to find equilibrium.
It searches for matter, the greatest form of matter, and that would be the planet. I think the sky is the positive potential. I could be wrong about this, but I think this is what's going on.
No, I think you're right. That could be, because we have a whole ionosphere.
Let me take that back. Not positive,
full of charge.
The greater
negative
potential,
or whatever. Yeah, like it's charged. The ionosphere is charged.
It's more saturated with charge than the planet is. At least the surface of the planet, because the surface of the planet is acting like our skin, and it's insulating at some level.
Right. If magnetism and gravity are basically two aspects of the same phenomenon, which I believe they are, and the Earth is basically one giant magnet, we already know that magnets, based on aether theory, are just generators of free energy. So we're living in a free energy generator. You know, this giant earth magnet. It's got all this energy everywhere.
Right. So the Earth is definitely the lesser potential. I mean, you can't argue with this. I don't see how. The Earth has to be the lesser potential to the rest of space around it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's the lesser potential. How can you argue that?
It's attracted to it for a reason. Yeah.
No, the Earth is just smaller. I mean, you compare it to the rest of the cosmos, it's obviously smaller. You know, there's no arguing that. So that makes it the lesser potential. So everything else is the greater potential to the Earth, which means
Well, I think at different
all the
scales.
extra potential is going to look to the Earth to deliver some of its potential to make the Earth match the same potential as everything else. It's like, but you know,
Right,
there's
the
that constant battle going
well,
on.
yeah, it all goes back to finding the equilibrium.
Right. Everything's looking
There's a
for that
balance to everything, and then the balance between the scales. You know, between the big and the small.
I mean, all these potentials, they kind of want to create balance through their nature, you know. So even though they're not balanced, none of them are balanced. Because if all the potentials, how many trillions and gajillions of, you can't even put a number to it. All the potential connections throughout the cosmos that create the flow of energy that we have is created by the link of all the potentials from greater to lesser. And depending on how massive the flow of energy is. If you look at Birkeland currents, well, the link of greater to lesser potential is pretty long distance. You know,
What about white holes and black holes? It sucks one from one end and spews it out from the other end. So, you know, isn't that like creating a balance between 2 points in space with less, one with higher density?
I mean, those vortexes could be formed by the potential flow that already exists. The energy potential flow that's already existing, and it's connected between all the bodies of matter, which have more mass than most bodies without matter that we know of.
It like reminds me how if you have like a full bucket of water and an empty bucket, and you want to get water from one bucket to another, you could like siphon it through a little hose, and then automatically will just take the water from one and dump it into the other until it finds an equilibrium of both, right? And
that's what the
I feel
water's going to try to do anyway. If you give it a path, it'll take it. If you drill a hole in the bucket,
but you have to do negative pressure first in order for it to start flowing. But if you just put the hose in there, the water's not going to flow.
Let's say the top of the water is the zero line, and you drill a hole above that line. Well, the water doesn't move, and above that line is the positives, the greater potential side, and below the water line is the lesser potential side. But if you put a hole at the lesser potential side, now this is going to make sense in a second. If you put a hole at the lesser potential side of the bucket where the water is above that hole, the water is going to go out. Why? Where's the greater potential? It's above the water line. And what's it doing? What's it doing? Pushing down and making the water go out the hole at the bottom. Now, if you had, it's water medium now. If you put the hole above the water where it's gas, now the potential is out the window. I mean, there is no potential. You have to keep it in the water medium. So again, let's stay in the water, 2 holes, one at the bottom and one at the top, still under the water, but less pressure of water. Less water comes out at the top than at the bottom. But it's, again, still, the higher potential is still above that. Even so. Because the water sits on a planet. And what's around the planet? The greater potential. The planet is the smaller potential to the rest of the cosmos. There is no arguing that, because outside there is other masses combined that are definitely more than the mass on Earth.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And that matter and mass or whatever plays a role in the equilibrium of everything, is regarding balance and all that. And that connects to the voltage and the pressure aspect. You can't see voltage as current because it's just pressure behind the water. The current is the water. The water is the amps. The voltage is the pressure behind the water, which you can change that pressure behind the water by changing the tilt of the water, which determines the rate. Does it? I don't know if it determines the rate of speed, but it definitely determines the amount of water that moves per second. So, but not the distance that one drop of water would have traveled compared to 1,000 drops. The same
What about
1,000 drops would travel the same
gravity
rate of
pulls?
speed.
What about like gravity pulls? Like, you know, if we're closer to a larger mass, it will, the direction of current or energy would be attracted to where there's higher density, higher mass, you know?
If a larger mass or matter, both mass and matter, is near Earth, Earth is going to be pulled there, obviously, which doesn't make any sense, but
Right? And so, like, gravity can be the cause of the direction of pressure because it's tugging, you know, on whatever.
It's an enveloping field. It's not a one-way thing. It's two ways. So even though the greater mass is projecting a force away from it in the form of potential, you know, that potential is going to pass through any lesser potential, wrap around it, and come back to the greater mass on the backside of it, which would cause the two potentials to become connected in that cycle, in a cycle, and be locked together through that connection of fields, energy field. So the outward mass, the greater mass, is putting the potential towards, you know, the north is heading towards Earth, goes straight through Earth, out the backside Earth, and wraps around the back of Earth, and comes all the way around the backside of that other mass, inside the backside of it. And that's the cycle it keeps doing. The lines of force that connect the two planets and keep them orbiting, that's what's going on there. You know, all those lines of force, those fields, and they may not be magnetic, but they're still lines of force. You know, gravitic lines of force. And, you know, those gravity lines can, you know, definitely create these vortexes that you're talking about. Why not? It's all a spiral anyway. These lines of forces are you know, they're displayed not as spirals, but they're displayed as circles. But that is not a, you know, it's a multiple circles that connect. It's not one circle. It's not one circle. It's just, they just show it like that for understanding. It's a bunch of circles that are slightly, you know, but it is such a high speed. All these circles go around this magnet in a 360 degrees, creating all these multiple lines. They going, you know, clockwise and then counterclockwise also around the same 360 degrees around the magnet. Those lines of force, if there's another body of mass within range of those lines, there's going to be an influence. If you're outside the range, then you're not, going to be influenced by those lines of force. But if the lines of force are strong enough and they curve over each other, or they cause what they say causes light to form, is when the magnetic field curves on itself. The same type of event could cause a wormhole and all that stuff. I mean, it's not far off to say that wormholes are actually what is forming the light and the stars that we see. Because the wormhole could also curve even a gravity field, and I don't see why curving a gravity field can't create light the same as curving a gravity field onto itself is what. Or curving a magnetic field onto itself is what they say causes light to form. I don't see why you can't do the same thing with a gravity field and maybe not create light, but something else, maybe a wormhole instead of light,
Yeah. I don't know. Well,
right now they say light's generated by a magnetic field curving in on itself, causing that compression.
You said light's generated by a magnetic field curving in on itself.
Right.
Wow.
So it's compressing onto itself.
I need to think about that for a minute. No, continue. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
So if a gravity field, it's not a magnetic field, it's a gravitic field.
Mm-hmm.
It also has a spiral curve. More than likely, it's vortex. All this stuff is probably vortex. All these fields. There's no way I've said this before, there's no way for a photon, a light particle, if you want to call it a particle, a photon, I can't bear to call it a particle, but people call it a particle. I don't think a photon has matter. It's mass, but not matter. So you need matter for it to be a particle, in my opinion. But a photon, it cannot go through space the distance it goes in a straight line without, hitting something on the way, or finding some sort of impedance or resistance along that straight path. It has to eventually turn left or right or up or down or whatever. It has to angle.
So a photon is kind of like potential, then, right?
Yeah, of course. Everything is based off it's.
But you said it has no actual
potential.
matter. It has mass, but no matter.
I mean, they call it a particle, a light particle. I mean, I've heard it termed like that before.
Well, a photon is when it hits an electron, that emissions from when it hits an electron of any particle, if it gives it energy, that emission, that's a photon. The difference between when an electron jumps from one orbital to another, that differential energy, that is the photon.
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Because it's like a transfer of differential. So you're saying a transfer of differential is the generator of light.
Yeah, it could
and
be.
That does make sense, because that would create what Tesla described as a wave in the ether.
Yes.
That transfer of energy.
Yeah,
right. That totally makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah,
I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, it's just the electron transitioning from,
Tesla said what now? What did he say again? A wave.
So Tesla described light as a sound wave in the ether. So that's that transference.
Well, if it's a wave,
potential,
a wave is a transference of potential, right?
Yeah.
A wave carries potential. I mean, a potential creates the wave.
Which makes sense. Thanks, Lulu.
An attosecond is differential. That's what they call an attosecond.
Really? The differential exchange between what, an electron and what now?
When an electron goes either up or down on an orbital, that exchange, that amount of space is equivalent to
that's
an
the quantum.
attosecond.
You're talking about the quantum potential exchange.
Yes.
That's at the quantum level, no?
Yes.
Where that that smallest amount of potential exchange
That is the
actually happens.
smallest amount. That's what
Right.
the photon.
And that all adds up to become a big amount where you pick up the glass or whatever,
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So,
So
some
essentially, we are light beings, where everything we do is light generating.
yeah, we're if you want to think of what we are, we're always in at least two states, not more. So we're duality because we're always oscillating. We're always gaining and losing. Energy, gaining and losing again. So we're light. That's what we really are.
Well, we're also using light to operate, to move, and do all these things.
Yeah.
Because if it's a potential exchange that generates light, well, that's exactly what we do. We
That's
use
what I'm saying.
potential
We're always in constant exchange. With the
of
environment,
energy, right?
with everything. Yes.
And you need
When you go
potential
into the quantum
differential to
science,
do that exchange. You can't do it without it.
when you go into the quantum understanding of how energy works, man, it's a different world. It's like you start to see the normal
To
world
give you a
on the
perspective of where
quantum
I am with
scale.
this stuff, physics and all that, or whatever. I mean, I've heard of the term quantum probably 5 years ago, and it wasn't until a couple months ago that I finally looked up what it meant and understood it. So, you know, I just I kept it old school. The quantum thing never sunk in there till recently.
Yeah, think of it as a
I
bit
mean, it was always apparent that
positive
there is such a
or
level of things, but I never saw the need to go that
like
level.
a quantum bit. It's either a 0 or a 1. When it's a 0, it's a lower state. When it's a 1, it gains mass. So that difference between the 0 and the 1, that is what an attosecond is. So now that
Right,
they
the
created,
exchange of that potential from 0
yeah,
to 1,
so they created
that
the
rate of
quantum
exchange.
like the superposition. It's neither a 1 nor a 0. It's a 1 and a 0 at the same
And
time.
would that be that's not a microsecond, that's not a gigasecond,
That's an attosecond.
what is that? That's like a
That is the
millionth or a billionth or a
smallest,
trillionth
like,
of a second.
I don't know if you were to measure like the Planck's length,
Well, that's awfully
maybe.
fast when you think about it. That exchange there,
Yeah.
that's awfully fast.
It's the smallest probably unit that we are able to measure.
That's so fast that I mean, that's faster than the speed of light, actually, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yes. Speed of light is this one is how am I going to explain it?
I mean, when
Yeah,
you
it's
think
faster.
about it, it has to be because
Yeah.
it's such a small part, not particle, but
Like, for example,
small
neutrinos, do
matter or
not
mass.
experience. Neutrinos are faster than the speed of light.
They look like they're moving slow though,
Neutrinos? No. The
because they got image of that.
neutrinos go through everything. Nothing can stop them.
Well, maybe
Like,
they're moving so fast. There's so many that it looks like one in one spot.
maybe I have to see what you're looking at, but
I've seen an image that they created from a distilled water tank or whatever, very deep in a tank or something.
no,
High intensity lights.
neutrinos like there's like nothing that can stop a neutrino. Like in Japan, they had to drill I don't know how many thousands of feet underneath the ground to create a neutrino detector.
Where you gotta think, where does this form of energy like it? Where is it coming from? This is not something out of the normal realm of things, because this is a form of energy that doesn't get destroyed.
Nope.
And it doesn't get manipulated. You can't, you can
And
put
you
the
can't
greatest
stop it.
magnetic field in the world you want around it. It's
You
not going
can't
to change
stop
its
it. You
course.
can't block it. You can't,
It's
like
like what?
they're trying to see if they can detect
If
it
you had a fusion reactor, these neutrinos would be moving right through there like nothing happened.
Exactly. So and hence they're faster than light because
It's
light.
like nothing seems to get in their way of whatever they're doing, whichever direction they're going. Nobody seems to know if they even have a direction.
No, they all have a direction. It's supposed to come from, like,
The
like the
source,
expansion of space. The expansion of space
a
always goes
source.
from.
That's called a source, like a location.
Yeah, the source is the Big Bang. That's the source. That's at least
Well, then the
what.
source is gone, and now the source became from one place to now every place.
Yeah, and but they
And they
the
must have
I
done that.
I think
They must
the
have done that
expansion.
so fast that there was no transportation going on here. This was like, you know what I mean? Like just all the energy in one space, and now all of a sudden it's everywhere. Not even all of a sudden, faster than
I
all of a
think
sudden.
that neutrinos are the primary source for expansion of space.
How do you
They're
explain that kind of that's not even that's too fast to even be an explosion or even an implosion. That is
because
like beyond both.
expansion of space is faster than light. So what's faster than light? Neutrinos. So
Well, I
neutrinos
didn't know that.
are the ones
Well, it
that
has to
are
be anyway because otherwise light would bounce back at
exactly.
you
Yeah. So, I'm
from
telling you,
everywhere.
I love science of space. My gosh, like, if there's
You
something that
can't keep thinking about this stuff. You really
why
can't. Because you're just gonna get locked up in it because there is no answer. There is no chicken and there is no egg. There's no answer. There's no beginning. There's no end. There's no way to prove it either the beginning or the end. I mean, all you could say is, at the least, these events are looking for balance because they must have came from a place of balance at some point. And as soon as that, when you all I see in the closest I can get to figuring out beginning and end and all that with this space thing is that if you have perfect balance, all you need to do is drop a pin and everything is moving. You ever look at a fish tank where all the fishes are not moving and they're all just chilling and the bubbler's off, the power went off, the water's still as can be. And all of a sudden one fish freaks out and stirs up all the gook at the bottom.
yeah.
Okay, it's like that multiplied by a billion, effect wise, or more than a billion. Like that number what was it? The attosecond.
The attosecond.
Yeah, it's like that. That's if you have perfect balance where nothing is moving because everything that can exist is in perfect balance. That means no motion. That's what that means. And if you have that scenario and a pin drops, everything is moving like with very little energy. Why? Because you had perfect balance.
I always like if there's a balance, then it cancels itself out. So one side has to be a little bit more than the other for mass creation and matter creation. The smallest thing would be a neutrino that tips the balance, and then it grows from there because the collisions that it could have, or the ripple
You mean
effect.
assuming that the universe or the cosmos or whatever is at perfect balance, and even though there's mass and matter everywhere, light
Yeah,
and planets
yeah,
but none of it's
yeah.
moving. It's all balanced. It's just
Then
like
then
freeze
then
frame photograph.
it
And you're
can't.
saying that a neutrino
Yeah,
would be
it's a,
enough to get it moving again.
yes. It's like a domino effect. You have to think of it like this. You could start at or the butterfly effect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the
And
way
then
I see it.
yeah.
If there's no motion in the air in front of you, and you make and it's smoky air, and the smoke is not moving, and you move a little bit, all that smoke is just like it just keeps moving.
Well, no, it will create like vortices, and then the
And then
clumping
it'll spread
that
out evenly and become balanced again
yeah,
somehow.
like what how our galaxies are spirals, you have to think of that as dust, as smoke, as whatever, that, something moved those things. They started creating like spirals, and then those little particles, clumped up together, and it created like, the spheres. And then, but the vortex, like the spiral vortex is
No, we're
still.
talking about matter, though, coalescing into planets. But where did that matter come from? See, that's where we get to the chicken and egg thing. Where did the matter come from? Okay, it came from mass. Where did the mass come from? Okay, it came from the neutrino. Where did the neutrino come from? Okay, it came from gravity. Where did gravity come from? Okay, gravity came from the Big Bang. Where did the Big Bang come from?
Well,
You
this is
see,
where
you
the
can't
theory.
answer any of it.
Well,
Even if the Big Bang is presumably the beginning, and let's say that it's not, and there's something before that, because they just came out with a theory recently that the Big Bang is not the beginning, and that the before the Big Bang there was an even bigger
maybe
explosion
maybe
than the Big Bang.
because the law of physics.
But then where did that bigger explosion come from? See, something, or implosion or whatever. Doesn't matter what it is. Where did that come from?
So think of it like this, Mike. The law of physics is
We have this thing in our head that there has to be a beginning or an
no.
end. It's got to do with
We're following
our
something.
nature. We live and die.
The law of
we are defined by beginning and end.
The law of conservation says that, at the end, energy tries to quantize itself, and like it clumps together. It doesn't like to, and that's where mass gets created. It's from, quantized potentials of energy all combined together, creates. So I think what the Big Bang is, whatever was there somehow narrowed itself into a clump, but it fought with itself, and then it decided to explode. It's not, or it could be two of
Well,
them smashed
okay,
together.
let's say I hear what you're getting at. Let's say that that's the case, that mass and matter collide into a consolidated area, and that pressure wants them to expand again and explode again. And then,
Yes.
of course, they explode again and disassemble and deconsolidate, and then they want to consolidate again.
Yeah.
For the same reason that they consolidated in the first place that you just gave us.
Yeah.
Well, that's just a cycle that keeps happening over and over again. But what started that cycle? At some point, something had to have started that cycle.
They say the universe is conscious, and it's an entity of its own.
They
And
said that God said the word and then there was life. I see the word as sound.
sound.
Maybe sound,
Yeah.
but then where did the sound come from? You see, it never ends. You have to know the source. It's in our nature. We have curiosity. We're gonna want to know the source.
This is I've
Of course, the source is God. It's our answer. That's our answer.
You can't
It's
say
God.
God, but you can't say God in science. You have to
Well, of course not.
Yeah, like science does not recognize something
But
called
I'm not a PhD, so I can say it.
yeah. But I've searched so deeply for this. They say the Big Bang is a one-way motion. Like, let's say this is the
Something
big.
has to start the lawnmower.
Yeah.
A source of energy has to start the lawnmower.
Okay, so but hear me on this. If the Big Bang is a one-sided motion, and but when it exploded, we're here, right? And this is the Big Bang. We could see backwards, but we can't see behind the Big Bang. So what if, like, we only see just a maybe 20% of the light that that came from the Big Bang? But what about the other, like there's another whole side we can't even see, because the Big Bang is not an explosion that just goes like one way. It goes everywhere,
It's
right?
omnidirectional.
Yeah. And so nobody talks about that, in physics, nor astrophysicists, nor nobody even has a true model of the Big
Right.
Bang.
So it's omnidirectional outwards in all directions from a center point.
Exactly. But if you look
And that center
dirt,
point is the source. And where
but
did the source
dirt,
come from?
you will never see that. You will only see like a like this bottle. You will only see, if this is the Big Bang, you will only see this part. But what about when the explosion happened? What about all of this rest of this part? You understand?
Right, but
Like,
you don't really have to ask that question if you know it's an outward explosion or even an inward implosion. You still know that it's either or, and you still have to ask what was the driving force behind either or. I
yeah,
mean, like
but
the outward explosion has to have a source of power to create that explosion, for one, and the inward implosion also needs a source, and the source can be the same source that created the outward, but the outward or the inward is going to need a source.
so let's imagine all of this is happening in a huge bubble. Okay. At the end, like when the energy is gonna touch the the side of the bubble, it's gonna reflect back to, eventually to the center. So what if that's the real cycle?
Right.
Like
Well, that's what I mean by the cycle, right? But the
but
source
it's
sent the
not
energy. The
not
source is
not a
what
tube,
sent the energy out to that bubble edge to
yeah, but
reflect back.
not a tubal cycle. It's a spherical cycle. It's like a heartbeat. It goes boop and then boop boop boop, and that
Right. So what's causing it to expand and retract? You're going to need a source of power to get it to expand or retract, not both. You need a source for one, expansion and retraction. You don't need a source for both, because if you have a source for expansion or if you have a source for retraction, that's all you need to have the cycle begin. As soon as you have this source for expansion, the retraction will happen on its own, and the expansion will happen again, and the retraction will happen again. Of course, you have a little bit less each time.
So I believe we're in the cycle of the expansion. I mean, that's what they
Right,
say.
but let's say it started with the expansion and
Okay.
not a retraction.
Okay.
So this starts with the expansion. What was in the center to get the expansion to happen? That's what I mean. What started the expansion?
Nothing, but like what started the expansion is the cycle of the retraction previous to it, because everything
No,
when it
well, that's no. I mean, before the cycle even began, you had to start the cycle. You have to start the first motion, the first outward or the first inward, and then the cycle can repeat. What started
okay,
the first outward or the first
it,
inward motion?
okay, let's say it started with everything going inward because it was the
That
dense.
sounds more plausible to me because you don't need, if you have a lot of matter and mass out there in space
Okay.
that's not moving,
Okay.
it's balanced. You don't need any motion to to get motion started when you have mass and matter everywhere in balance, not
No,
moving. When you have that state, that is still potential. It's just static potential. It's not moving, but it's static.
okay.
It's still potential though. And if you are able to situate a center point around there that is somewhat the greatest lesser potential of all that's around it,
It's gonna absorb
that's
every
the only circumstance you need for the implosion to happen.
so we can then
And
say
that doesn't require any singular source of energy. That just requires, like I said, dropping a needle in a situation where everything's balanced.
and then everything just collapses on itself.
Right, but that needle has to be somewhat in the middle of all that mass and matter for that
Well,
even implosion
we're
to happen
we don't
inwards.
know we're the middle, but we're assuming that the Big Bang is the middle, of like of it all.
The Big Bang, I think it's more plausible the implosive thing would happen. I think it's more plausible that there was mass and matter all the time. It was never not there. It was always there. It was never not in existence. It was always in existence. Mass and matter always existed and never had a point of non-existence. If you think like that, then there's a possibility that if this mass and matter is evenly spread out and balanced, not moving at all, and you happen to situate a potential that's lesser to everything else
It's
right
gonna
in the
pull.
center of
It's
all
gonna
that,
towards
it's
it.
going to implode towards that lesser potential, all by the nature of potential flow.
Yeah.
Even though it was static, you changed the static situation of the potential. Static meaning everything's in balance, yet
Yeah.
there's still mass and matter. It's just not moving. And it's all equally distributed, deconsolidated evenly. And if you're able to position a lesser potential to everything else that's equally distributed, and you're able to position a lesser potential right in the center of all that, you're going to have implosion into the center through potential transfer, like we discussed earlier in the quantum level. So that's more easier to get
I
started because you
I,
don't need to push or pull anything. All you need
I
is
can agree with you on that.
one point in the center that is slightly lesser potential than everything else.
I can agree
That
with that.
circumstance will eventually come around eventually, even in a state where nothing's moving.
So
Because and
we
even in that state, when nothing's
we're
moving, you're still going to have
let's say
a
we're in,
lesser potential form eventually.
it means we're in phase 2, because if the uh like what do you call it, the what is it called when it goes in inwards? That would be phase
Implosion.
phase 1, and then explosion phase 2. So we're in the phase 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way to know for sure if we're. I mean, there might be a way if they could see the Big Bang coming outwards, I guess, and they can't see the center of it. That might be an indicator that we're in the phase 2. You know, the
Phase 2.
explosive part.
Yeah.
And if we were in the implosive part, we would
No,
have a greater chance of being able to see the center of the Big Bang.
no, because
Well,
we're
because the Big Bang would not be coming at us; it'd be going away from us.
what tells us is the galaxies that are they're moving away from us. You understand? The galaxies behind us are moving at the same rate we are, so we constantly see those. But the ones that
Oh,
are
right. I remember that. Right.
the light, they're moving away from us.
That's
So
an
we've got,
observation they made. Right. I remember
yeah,
that.
yeah. So that's how we know we're in the expansion period.
So they know that's a double checking their.
Yeah, because you look at the light ahead of you, and then you look at the light behind you. If the light ahead
Because they
of you,
could see the Big Bang signal also, but they can't see the center of it.
they
So that
could
tells them that
they
it's
could
coming
see
towards them, not away from them.
they could see the redshift. The redshift means how the energy is dying off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it becomes like red color because the
But it has to start either with an implosive action happening or an explosive action happening. And I feel like the implosive action, I feel like the cosmos was full of matter and mass sitting there motionless in complete balance for probably ever, until the situation arises where all this equal potential evenly distributed through the matter and mass, like everything was a gas state probably, or some kind of a particle that was the same size. I mean, because the only way for everything to be equally distributed is regarding potential. The mass or the matter that's doing this distribution has to be the same matter or the same mass form, same type of mass or whatever.
Man, there's so many different theories, because you could always say, what if the universe is
It just takes too much
like
energy
the
to create that
bottom?
explosion, and to create the implosion doesn't take any energy from a singular source. It to create the implosion, it just takes all the equal energy everywhere into a center point.
Yeah, but
So there's no energy needed there. It's just
the center point has to be denser. That center point, because it has to have the different density is
what
it
why
comes
if it's denser, it's got more potential though, doesn't it?
but it has to be denser, because if the everything else around it, for it to collapse to it, it has to have a gravitational pull for it. So gravity pull
Mhm.
means denser center. It
Right.
has to be a denser part of space than everywhere else for it to pull it towards it. you
Well,
know
gravity is like another force that's probably
But gravity is generated by,
secondary force to the potential differential exchange going on.
gravity starts first, then everything else starts the motion around it. But yeah,
Well, what about the quantum attosecond, the transfer of potential from one electron orbit to the other electron orbit? That's the potential differential between a single electron. That
that is
valence
okay.
orbit.
That is like bombardment of like. Do I have something I could model this with?
At the quantum level, you have a potential on the electron on one side shifting to the other side. That's the transfer of potential happening.
That difference of the loss from one orbit to another, it emits a photon, and that photon, that space, when it emits that that emission, that is the attosecond.
Right, but that potential exchange is happening everywhere.
Yeah.
Not just at the quantum level. I mean, it builds up to the macro level.
Yeah, it gets scaled.
And what does it create? Gravity.
Well, creates matter that gets condensed to create gravity.
The matter creates gravity, right?
Yes.
Strange how the matter creates gravity, but it has to be the matter, you know. It's condensed.
Gravity on its own does not exist.
So matter is condensed potential exchange. It's condensed in the matter. The potential exchange that's going on is being saturated into matter.
Yes.
Which is then creating
gravity.
The gravity field.
Yes.
Because of all that potential exchange at the quantum level being distributed into the matter, the byproduct is the gravity field.
Yes. But it starts with condensed matter.
It's either that or that very potential exchange happening at the quantum level is creating gravity, but that can't be possible because things that small aren't even affected by gravity.
No. You've got two ways an atom could if it, like to have a stable.
Gravity has no play on an atom. It has no effect on an atom at all.
Okay, think of it like this. How do you gain
or the potential transfer in that atom? Gravity has no effect on it.
But think of it like this. An atom,
not that I know of.
If an atom has because the electrons pair up like 2, 2, 2, and 2. But let's just say it's 2, 2, 2, and then 1. That is going to create a form of gravity for it to attract another electron to complete its set. So there is a form of gravity for stability. Otherwise,
and again, that's a signature of seeking balance.
Yeah.
Right there, what you just described. That's a signature of things looking for balance.
But think of it like
Why
this.
does it need to have a pair and a pair? Why not a pair and a single? Because it wants to be balanced. Why?
Because
what does it matter?
But think
balance
about it.
Or unbalanced?
If you let's say you have a it will resonate. It won't be a stable.
It also wants to be unbalanced. How did the pair become a single? At some point, it became a single, didn't it?
Because a photon bombarded it and it made it like go like an orbital down, and so
and
it breaks the bond.
And you have two sources of energy that derive from the same source competing with each other. One is unbalancing, and after it unbalances the pair to a single, it goes back and looks for balance again.
Yeah.
And these two energies that did this to each other came from the same source.
Yeah.
Does that make any sense to you?
All right. Let me put it in other words. We all came from Adam and Eve. How many people fight with each other?
Why would the same energy source create two different energies to create balance and unbalance within each other? You
think of it like this. We as human beings still
I can only say one reason for that. Because if you don't have balance and unbalance continuously happening, then you have balance. Or you have the other one, unbalance. But you don't have both. When you don't have both, you don't have movement. You don't have nothing. You don't have nothing moves. It's all frozen. If you have all unbalanced, there's still no motion. If you have all imbalance, still no motion. You have to have both to have motion, or whatever you want to call it, motion, whatever.
we could say the universe was bored. It needed some entertainment.
If you had unbalance and you don't have balance, then where does the balance go? How does the balance speak balance if there is no such thing as balance? It doesn't have nowhere to go. It just stays as the state of unbalance, which is in the state of motionlessness. No motion. It doesn't, the unbalanced thing does not find balance until it finds balance, and then it will find balance, and there will be motion in that process.
Mike,
I'm getting ready to wrap up my stream, but I wanted to give a little cameo to the Apple coil one more time before I leave. So
is that an actual? Oh, I see. You got a coil around there. The Apple coil. That's a good one.
But yeah, it's been fun, guys. I gotta go. It's a little later here where I am in Michigan, so. But yeah, you guys can continue streaming, obviously. But I'm gonna get going to bed. I appreciate everything.
Thank you, Ben. It was fun.
Yeah, this was really fun. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Lulu.
We'll do this
Thanks,
again, Ben.
chat. Yeah, of course. We'll do it again.
I'm always available on Saturdays and usually on Sundays or either or.
Yeah, we should do maybe next Saturday. We'll do another circuit.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm starting school very soon. You know, and so I don't know how my schedule is going to be. I'm going back to finish my science information technology degree. I'm going to know way more, you know, very soon.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I recently went back to school. So for the same reason, I wanted to learn more. So, you know, understand.
I have a lot of questions, and it's just, you know, I want to become the expert at my questions, you know, like at one point asking the questions, I would want answering them, you know?
Yeah. I say to myself, why can't I
start asking questions about like the beginning and the end of things? It's like, I don't know how we can answer those things, you know?
Nobody can answer. I think those answers, you create a theory and you try to apply what we know them to the best of our.
And if we did, what if we did find an answer? What was the reason for, you know, looking for the answer? What's the outcome? What is the outcome they're expecting to find when they find the answer? You know, that's all I want to know.
Well, it's not about the outcome. It's about for us to know, is our species going to continue, or will it cease to exist at one point? Or are we supposed to merge with another species at one point? Do other species exist?
I think the fact that our species exists is all that matters, really. Even if we don't exist in the future, the fact that we came into existence is evidence that we can do it again, because something brought us to here in the first place, right?
But could you imagine that for us to exist, it had to be so precise? Like, we're talking, the precision is.
Oh, that's another question. Yeah, I see where you're getting at.
Like for all, like the you know, where we are,
rabbit hole.
The temperature, the you know, the rate of how matter, you know, became clusters, and those clusters became bigger clusters.
Okay, so we like the aliens created us, but then again, what created the aliens? What, you know, supernatural circumstances came together to create them?
That's a good question, and that is a question for another stream for me. So.
It's still chicken and the egg.
See you later, guys.
See you, Ben.
Bye.
I love you all. Good night. Many blessings.
Lulu, if the aliens created us, okay, something had to create them, right?
No, aliens did not. Aliens are the future us. Aliens are
whatever.
Not created us.
If something created us in a lab, whatever created us in a lab had to create whatever created us in a lab.
Okay, think of it like this. Like, what would be the advanced human? It would be an alien, you know? Like,
right, let's say that's who created us.
No,
who created them?
We created the aliens. We're the base. They're the future.
Okay, if we created the alien, who created us?
The universe did.
Okay, so we did just luckily form in a pool of amino acids, and that is what happened.
Yeah. But the aliens did not create us. The aliens are just the future us.
That then came back to what? make
to
us
all.
better, like the Nazis like to do with the super soldiers? Come
No,
on.
they come back to Earth because they live
They'd
on
like
the.
to visit. They just want to see their past
No,
selves.
no, they because they live at the cusps of expansion. So when expansion ceases to exist for them, like the rate slows down, it means the beginning there's something wrong with the origin. So they come back, they alter something here
No,
for
you
them.
said this before. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean that's a good theory. I like it, and that might be the reasoning behind why these advanced craft are here, and why we think
they
there's
come back
aliens in them that are advanced, and how they got so advanced to do
because
what
remember,
they do.
humans have free will, right? We could do all
Well, let's say
predict.
they're coming back to manipulate their time, where their time expansion, where they're at, to keep
Okay,
expanding. Maybe
so
they want to keep
let's
expanding. You're saying they
let's
don't want to
say
retract. They're
let's
going to
say
try and stop the implosion. Is that what it is?
no, let's say this. Let's say Alien Mike DNA, your DNA tree in the future. There's going to be somebody that holds your DNA
Holy
line,
shit!
and will be, an advanced being, which we see them as
Almost
aliens.
eating my
They're
donuts.
humans. Let's say that person, gets sick or starts to lose energy, or because they're energy beings, then they're gonna know, like,
There's
something's.
ants on this donut, little tiny
What is
sugar
it?
ants. I eat them all the time. I don't feel a thing.
Mm, I like
I,
donuts.
I love the donuts. They're not taking my donut.
I don't-
If you get ants on your food, you put the food in the fridge and they die.
What if they lay eggs in there?
They're ants.
Yeah, but what? Yeah, but they still could lay eggs in them.
So what's going to happen from an ant egg?
I don't know. Like, I wouldn't eat it. I mean,
We,
I don't, depends.
if you knew how many parasites we have already,
It
our
depends on.
body deals with that stuff. It's not something we can't deal with.
I mean, I
What
know.
we can't deal with is the
My grand
aldehydes.
when she would find ants in like the sugar bowl, she would just like put it in the freezer, or like the freezer, and then just dust them off. Like, she doesn't care. She did that, but I don't know. Maybe ants is not that bad, but yeah, other stuff, like, no,
If you like
definitely.
chocolate donuts, nothing's going to get in your way.
No, I like
You can put
these.
a wasp on there. I'll probably eat it.
Mm, I
So
like
the
these.
aliens are at the future expansion, where expansion is, they're at the edge of expansion. What's wrong with being there? Why can't they be there? What's the problem with being there? Why
Well,
they got to come back to change things? As if the expansion is going to stop, or what? I don't
yes,
understand.
yes, because it's if we don't give off enough energy, then they can't move forward. They won't
So
exist.
they want they want the universe to keep expanding. They want to stop the retraction part, or the implosive part.
No, they want to be in the future before us, so they can engineer our future. If they don't
Uh-huh.
engineer it, then we don't know where we're going. So they have to. You have to.
But
It's
hold
like
on, I got a good question for that theory. Why would they need to engineer our future if they're where they're at now? That's obviously everything went well. They're there, right? They're in the future, and that means that everything went according to plan. How did they
okay.
get there?
Yes, but for them to continue, if they cannot continue if we don't.
So you're saying everything went according to plan, but they think it could be better.
No, it's whenever we divert from the plan here, it alters their reality. It's the
How
energy
could we even
transference.
do that? How could we even consciously know to do that?
Well, we're humans with free will, so let's say
So what it would
our
cause,
destiny.
what little thing or great thing that we could do here on Earth could divert from the plan of the greater cosmos in the outer expansion of time?
All right,
What
let's say
could we do
when
here that would
okay, I'll
actually
tell you.
cause
I'll
an
tell you.
impact on that?
I'll tell you. When one human being kills another, it eliminates the other person's future, all of its potential of that that person's energy, that person's input, that person's whatever. So
Oh, so
when
you're thinking in matrix terms. You're using that now, the matrix thing, right?
yeah, so
Like, so the
when
energy,
that
you're saying
happens,
it boils down to energy transfer.
yes, and so when
So
that happens, that
so
alters their
you're saying
outcome.
our population should be greater. Maybe that's why they're coming back, because we are not great enough. Or we should have a greater population, making more energy, more
Yes,
thoughts, more whatever,
yes.
more happiness, more sadness, more all of this stuff, whatever it is.
You have to have more
He's saying
vib.
that we don't have enough. They're saying they're coming back because we're not producing enough of whatever we're doing now as we are doing
We are
now.
not. No, definitely, we're not. We're not. We're
It's
probably
either that or we're doing something that we shouldn't be doing, like dropping atom bombs or something like that.
that too. Because remember, when we drop an atomic
But
bomb,
these things
it
have been
changes
coming back.
trajectory.
Apparently,
Even
these craft have been coming here a bit well before we had the bombs.
uh,
So that
uh,
can't be it.
well, think of it like this: when these things come back, they come
But
back.
they've been coming back since Napoleon and all that, and
Yeah,
Washington,
they
yeah,
come back.
before the atom bomb, before the hydrogen bomb. But we still had cannons, we still had rifles, we still had wars.
Okay, but they come
Maybe
back
it's something to do with our
for
warring and our fighting.
no. They come back to ensure their future. Like
Well, the
let's
only way to do that is to get us to be in peace on this planet,
yeah,
at
that
least this planet. Because if you have a one planet that's warring with each other all the time, that could spread to another planet the same way it spread on the planet itself.
this is what they say when they went to the moon. The first, like when Neil Armstrong and them went to the moon, they got kicked off the moon. They told them don't come back.
Well,
You
maybe that's because we're a warring species and they're just maintaining peace on that moon. And there's probably who knows how many aliens from all kinds
they
of
what
galaxies living on that little space of the moon in peace. Well, we're fighting with ourselves here. We all look alike. We still fight with ourselves. But these different looking creatures are all living in peace on a little spot on the moon, and they're kicking us off because they can live in peace. We cannot.
yeah,
That's probably the simplest way of looking at it.
you could say that, but they
There's
they
no way you could have that kind of advanced technology and be at war all the time. Even though here on Earth, they say that war brings advances. I don't know about
no,
that.
no, it does not bring advances. Not one.
It covers them up and destroys them. Are you kidding me? It also brings other advances while bearing probably even more important advances. That
Okay,
were gone
advance
unrecognized.
is not money. See, this is what people don't understand. Scientific advancement does not mean to make more money, but we do the equivalence like, oh, if a nation has more money, it means it's more advanced. That's not true. That is not true. Like wars happen for companies to sell weaponry. Okay, but that device, they call it, oh, that they're advanced, technologically, but that's not where the advancement should go. The advancement should go up towards space, not to decimate the land. And they use this to decimate the land, but they convert it into something called money. But really the advancement is when you're able to advance vertical rather than horizontal, anyway. Oh, I want to
Well,
show
if
you.
they can make more advances towards, farming plants to feed the livestock.
No, I want to
Plants
show.
are
This is like
toxic. The
this,
animals
this is like a
create
hockey.
clean protein for us to eat.
Okay, look,
And then
you like
we'll have health on the planet.
do you like the chocolate donuts? I like these.
Yeah, they're great. They're totally toxic, but they're delicious.
They're called ding dongs.
Yeah, all this sweets, all that stuff is toxic. All the plant matter is toxic.
They're good.
But we love it because it tastes good.
Yep.
Isn't that funny?
I like the.
Meat tastes good too.
I like meat.
But it's not toxic because the animals were put here to eat these plants and provide us clean, non-toxic protein because our brains are different, okay?
Yeah.
We're not like animals. Our brains are way different. They require to think. We have to think, or we will die. We're not like animals. We can't just stand there staring at the wall like an animal and existing. Not all animals do that. Some animals do. All animals can do that. Few humans can do that. No humans choose to do that. They're put into that state through whatever, could be toxicity too, you know.
Human, like, it's a sad world. Like, humans are cruel, man. They're really cruel. Like, just, there's segments in history I look back and I'm like, how did they have the heart to do such things to each other? It doesn't make sense. Like, and they justify it with garbage. Like, oh, whether they justify it through religion or through patriotism or through, but it's like you're